doing? Huh? It's a glorious day. The star of our show, Deanna Adams, will be up here shortly. So thank you all for being here.
When will they go from here?
2. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the fabulous Beachland Ballroom. Full house today. Welcome. It's going to be a tremendous show. My name is Ray Carr, along with the star of our show, the lady that has put all this together, the incredible, the one and only Deanna Adams.
And to you, Ray, we'll talk in a minute. All right. Okay, ready? All right.
I'm ready.
Am I too loud? Which is usually only happens when I'm mad. So anyway, welcome. Thank you guys for all coming here. First, I would like to ask you to turn your volume down on your phone, because to give everyone on stage your utmost attention. Like my mama used to always say, you learn a lot more from listening than talking. I'm still learning that. And you know, you don't want to be that woman in line that says, hey, yeah, hello, yeah. Well, you know, Harold's going to get that prostate exam tomorrow, and we don't need to hear that. So yes, that was always my best example here. I would like to introduce. Are you almost ready?
Well, I'm ready.
We have photos. We have music. Oh, we're trying to cover a lot of ground. We're not going to cover it all. So afterwards, if you have a comment or question that you want to ask, you know, let us know, because I want to honor everybody. I didn't want to just, you know, have a book launching. I wanted to, it's time that we celebrate the people that really made it happen, and that's why I also have that photo. Because we're losing so many people. Just in that photo alone, this is historic photo. You have Steve Popovich. Let's hear it for Steve. Cleveland International Records. And of course, he made Meatloaf. You know, there's no doubt. You know, he really bumped it up when it was too long for radio, his music and all that. And we have Roger Martin, who is the country king of Cleveland history. And of course, Hank Lacani from the Agora. God bless them all. I hope they're here in spirit today. And we have some stories coming up for that, too. All right. All right, and let's hear it from Michael and Jane. 2 more people we've missed. Yay. So, again, this is why I'm doing this. I want to honor why they're here. Let's honor them, and let's have fun. Let's hear their stories from their own mouths. And thank God for Ray. He put all this music together. Poor guy. I gave him, what is that? That saying. But anyway, Ray, stand up here and let you be counted and seen.
Deanna, thank you. It's been an
appreciated.
honor to be asked to even have a small part in this historic event. We have a lot of great people, the panel. We have so many celebrities here, and I'm honored to be able to be in the same room and speak with them and find out their stories. We're going to talk to Janet, we're going to talk to Jim Quinn, we're going to talk to Jim Bonfanti, we're going to talk to David Spiro, Billy Bass, just to name a few. And it's going to be a great day for learning things and remembering things. And Deanna's put together an incredible PowerPoint that's going to maybe illustrate why Cleveland is the rock and roll capital of the world.
Yes, we got, let's see, do we have a tune coming up? Let's see, the next one here. Matter of fact, by the way, I love that photo of Jane. She's, you know, all excited, and her and Michael together, love it. All right, very briefly, everybody knows or should know that Cleveland really was hosted the first rock and roll concert. With Alan Freed. We have so much to cover. The whole story's in my first book especially, but look at that crowd. And of course, it didn't last long because it was oversold. There's a lot of stories of why it was but I believe that is, you know, Alan Freed was so excited about this event that when they sold out all the tickets, he wanted to add a second show and had a bunch of other tickets made up. By the way, this is a 10,000 seat venue. But it didn't say second show on the tickets, so everybody came, and everybody wanted in because they had their tickets, and they all went crazy, and mass pandemonium ensued, and that's what kind of happened. You can see, I love this photo because that's the coat room, and the doors and the windows, and it put rock and roll on the map as a rebellious place that kind of music that your parents don't want you to listen to. So right off the bat, it got. Okay, it became, and anybody that was here at this concert, 64, we're all too young, for that. Oh, we got one, yeah. Is that Peanuts? No, I can't see you. Yeah, you should get a medal. The Beatles, all the radio stations were vying for, to sponsor that. And I still, if anybody knows this band in the back with the suits, and I still haven't figured out who they were. Nobody seems to know. But again, all the cops were lined up in front, worried about what happened at the Moondog, what happened there. But this was 10 years later, actually more. But this is a photo by George Shuba, and we're going to also honor him because he's the grandfather of Cleveland rock photography, and he was the one that really started it all as far as taking photos of everybody that came to all these venues that I write about in the new book. I love this photo. It's 1967. This is Public Hall again. People lining up with their, obviously it's winter. But, so excited to see the Monkees. We got a song for the Monkees or not?
Yeah, we're playing Last Train to Clarksville.
Anybody at this concert? All right, yes. Yay! Okay, now I hear it. And the boots, the white boots were really hip back then. And I love her coat, actually. Big furry coat. But yeah, Public Hall was one of the earlier venues that welcomed rock bands, and they had so many bands coming up. The up-and-coming ones that would play. Okay, you ready for next?
Oh, wow.
All right, who was at this concert?
Yeah.
Okay.
Wasn't that
Billy Bass, of course. Yeah, him and Dave Spiro, they'll probably talk a little bit about that.
That was September of 1972, if I recall.
Yes. I did. I was going to put that up and ran out of time, but I love this photo because it's very Elvis rock and roll. You can tell his, the British acts were very influenced by British bands, and you got the rolled up jeans and the hair. I don't know about the hair, but we're going to be talking about that a little bit. All right, and Hullablues, of course. We all went to the Hullabaloo, right? Yes. It was this one, it was in the newspaper in the Plain Dealer, but I like to use it because it shows that it was a TV show first, and then it became a teen club. And I love, we got a James Gang song. I love these posters. Now, the posters in this book came from Bear Jackson from Sugar Art Studios, and he did all the posters for Belkins, and it's a work of art, a lot of these posters. But as you see, I don't know if you can see, special guest, James Gang with WKYC's Chuck Dunaway. Remember that? We're talking AM radio, people. I love this lineup. And you know what was great about the teen clubs, as we know, is that these kids were 13, 14, 15 years old just wanting to be like the Beatles, and they had places already to play, they served only, nothing stronger than root beer. But look at Moses, case of E.T. Hooley, Poe, Quick, Adam Blessing, we got Jim in the house, James Gang, Quick, Soul Purpose. This is a lineup of 1 week. So, and the admission, $1.50. Who couldn't afford that, right? Actually, it was tough when you're babysitting like I did for 50 cents an hour. And as you see, age 14 to 20, but by the time kids were 18, they were going to the Agora and all the college clubs, which we'll also cover. This one is kind of faded. It's not in my book, but I found it online, and I love it because Damnation and Adam Blessing. Sunday Special, the Cyrus Erie and the James Gang. And I may or may not have been there, I don't remember, but those were, one of my favorite bands. And Damnation, which I thought was in a national band because I heard them on the radio so much, I didn't even know till later that they were a Cleveland band. And they were on tour a lot. I mean, they really were all over the place. And the choir got a story for that as well. Am I going too fast?
No, just have fun.
All right.
Everyone having a good time so far?
All right. Yeah. Memories. Okay, and 8 to 11:30. That's kind of like our hours now, isn't it? 11:30. Gotta go to home. Gotta go to bed. All right. Raise your hand if you know who this guy is. Not too many. Not too many. He's Rock Hall inductee, and he just started out playing early on. I think he's about 17 there. And this is at the Menor Hall Blue, and this is Joe Walsh. Joe Walsh. I love this photo. It looks like a farm guy, farm boy. The hair. All right, now we're going to bring in Janet McCoska. Come on down. Hopefully that works. Hello. And you're going to, whatever if you I'm a stander, everything but. Okay. Let's see, but I have a little intro about you. Janet McCoska, she's been taking iconic photographs of rock stars since 1974, as we all know, with earlier images of Bruce Springsteen, which is the focus of her new book with Peter Shakarian. I don't think he could make it today. Called Bruce Springsteen Live in the Heartland. And man, that's sung like hotcakes, and it should. This is a big, beautiful book of all her photographs, and Peter just, it blows my mind how well written. I mean, he told the stories that matched the photos. And if you do have a copy of that book, I suggest going like I did. I went out with a cocktail in my backyard, and I flipped, and I was playing all of Bruce's songs while I was flipping through the photos. So that was really awesome. She did have exhibits at the Rock Hall. There's that current, right?
No, but the airport has one.
Yes.
If you go anywhere, I've not been anywhere, so.
I know. Yeah, because I do have the airport there, and it was the last time I was there in June. We saw that. 2007, she was inducted in the Cleveland Journalism Hall of Fame, and is currently and contributed greatly to the book many of you are holding right now, Cleveland's Rock and Roll Venues. Her and I got together, and thank you again for the awesome images. And she also wrote the foreword. Welcome, Janet. Okay, yeah, if you want to sit and look, or whatever, yes, there are. There are lots of pictures. Oh, believe me, it took me a week going through all these pictures. All right, I'm going to get comfortable here. I still think I'm talking loud. This is, as many of you remember, when Sonny and Cher came, there was Public Hall, there was Music Hall, which was smaller. Terry Knight and the Pack, who remembers them? Yay. Baskerville Hounds, I think, yes. By the way, Ray, I don't think you mentioned, or I didn't mention, he's got an awesome Tuesday morning radio show on WCSB, and he plays all of these, old and obscure songs as well. Yes. And he's really, really,
And look at the
it's so funny.
prices.
Yeah.
4, 5, and 6.
Yeah. All right, so tell us, Janet, about what Sonny and Cher means to you.
Well, I mean, by that time, I was hanging out at WKYC. I was 11, 12 years old, and I had a camera. And for some reason, Jerry G and Big Jack Armstrong let me come in, answer fan mail, and Jack, I was the president of Jack's fan club. So I actually photographed Sonny and Cher on Jack's show when they came in, and that photo I sent to Teen Screen magazine in 1966.
Raise your hand if you remember.
It wasn't one of the bigger ones. 16 and Teen Beat were still the big ones, I think. and I made $2. So I said, there might be a career in this. And I'm still making $2 a photo.
Yeah.
But anyhow.
Ain't that the truth? Oh, all right. And so, besides Sonny and Cher, well, tell us about you. So you went into the studio to take the photos. How did that come about?
I was this brave and precocious 11, 12-year-old who would just call up the disc jockeys, and like with Jack, I wanted to run his fan club. He was still over at Wixie Radio. Because these were the people that you lived with in your ear. I mean, these are the guys that were your heroes, and I just wanted to be amongst that. That's the whole premise of my career, is I wanted to be amongst music that I couldn't live without, and they let me come down to the station. I didn't drool or act hysterical. I did what they asked me to do, you know, with fan mail, and they would give me huge boxes of 45 records to take home. And that was like, that's like gold, or, you know, whatever candy shop.
Do you still have them, those records?
I did. But I had things like promos for Pink Floyd, for Small Faces, for everything. I had great stuff, and I played them. And you know, just a couple years ago, I was so worried about keeping them in the basement, which is where they were, and I had a couple floods down there, and I thought it was just time to send them on
To the big universe. And now, of course,
I did
then
that one.
you became a college student and started going to all these clubs. And I know when you spoke at the Music Box, and you were saying how you were at clubs every night of the week shooting, you know.
Well, I think a lot of this crowd remembers back in the day that, I mean, Cleveland was a happening place, and you had concerts every night. Sometimes you had 2 concerts every night or 3 concerts. And I would try to, for example, go to Genesis at the Allen Theater, and then run over to the Agora and get the headliner over there. Maybe they went on at 11 o'clock. And, you know, when you're 20 years old, you can do that kind of stuff. And go home, process the film, and print the pictures, and then get up the next day with 2 hours sleep.
I know, yeah, it's crazy. I love this photo, especially because the car. You know, and all our cars looked like that back then, right? And depending on, you know, whether they even ran, and the bell bottoms, and just, I don't, you know, it screams 1970. It's, you know, so.
It's 1974, yeah.
74, yeah. And National City Bank right there is now the Marble Room, which is a big, you know, high-class place.
And this is before they renovated any of the theaters at Playhouse Square. So this was an old movie theater,
yeah.
I think, and the plaster from the ceilings was falling. So
Who remembers that? I remember looking
so at the
up.
Roxino, when I was shooting photos, like 100 shows a year, Steve Hackett from Genesis came through, and he's asking about different things that were in Cleveland back then. And I said, well, you remember the Allen Theater? And he goes, oh yeah, bloody hell. I mean, the ceiling kept falling down on our heads, you know. And Genesis weren't like a loud raucous band, but indeed there were chunks of plaster that would clonk you in the head sometimes, just for fun. And then they fixed it.
Yes. So, and of course, we have to talk a little bit about Jane. And Jennifer Lee's in the house, too, by the way. And we got, oh my God, James Gang, Dale Peters there.
Everybody.
Alan's coming.
Yeah.
And that was for her birthday at the Odeon, I believe. I was just
Pretty sure.
thinking
It was one of her major birthdays.
Yeah,
and
she had a few.
and everybody would come out for those and play. And Michael was always first in line.
But you have a great story about writing for teen clubs, or taking when she was helping the kids with the stuff for Plain Dealer. The
Ohio Young Ohio reporters. Okay,
She's got so many stories.
yeah, I'm not going to take up all the time.
No, that's all right.
But
We got lots of
the mentorship of Jane was really important, and she helped a lot of younger people who wanted to be journalists, and she wanted them to be sincere and well-trained journalists, not just a kid from a high school that wanted to hang out and say they saw the association or Spanky and our gang or somebody. So you send a letter on letterhead to her, and you would become a member of the Young Ohio Reporters. And she would set up special press conferences for us to get that opportunity to take photos, ask questions, and really it was so important. And she continued with that in terms of how she and I knew each other once I got into the, whole shebang here. She was just a really good friend and always shared tips, such as always bring a peanut butter sandwich in your purse, because you never know when you might need that.
And toilet paper, too.
It's true. And we all looked out for her. I mean, because she was doing shows, I don't know, into her 80s maybe?
Yeah.
And we just made sure then the roles were reversed, and we made sure we took care of her and got her home safely and all those things.
Yeah, awesome. All right, now I love this photo. I love it because I love Bobby Womack. And I have a good story that I'm going to share, but I want you to talk about this because he was special. And a lot of people don't know about Bobby Womack, he's an R&B guy.
Well, I would get, some of the jobs that I would get would be being hired by promotion men. There's one. Billy Bass, yeah. Billy Bass, I photographed Debbie Harry and the Babies and a lot of chrysalis acts for Billy. But I'd go around on a day where they were promoting a new album and go to radio stations and distributors, all kinds, TV if we had TV booked. And this was for Bobby Womack. And he was just a sweetheart and more talented than I even understood. I knew him as a recording artist, but he wrote music for the Rolling Stones and actually.
It's all over now. Was actually, he wrote it.
So this is one cool guy. And this was the end of the day, and I was about to pack up and leave, and he said, "Oh, no, you come here and do a photo with me." And so I'm kind of embarrassed. But he just was so damn cute.
Yeah. And here's the story that he told me for this book. And it's just, all musicians could relate to this. He said, "I'll never forget when Sam Cooke gave me and my brothers money to get a brand new station wagon to drive to Los Angeles." By the way, Sam Cooke is, his brothers played with him, and then he kind of took them under his wing. Goes, and me, being somewhat of a rascal, told my brothers, "Hey man, let's get a used car instead to keep the rest of the money." So I go to this used car lot, and first thing I see is this big old green Cadillac. I always was impressed with anyone with a Cadillac. So, of course, I bought it, and first thing I did was drive to my old high school at East Tech. I pull up in the parking lot and blew the horn as loud as I could until everyone was looking out that window, including my old teacher, Mr. Washington, who used to whack me on the head saying I'll never amount to anything. I yell out, "Hey, Mr. Washington, remember me? You told me I was going to be a janitor." And all the kids were looking out and screaming, "Go, Womack, go." Everyone was going crazy. I wanted to show them all that I was becoming what I told them I would. Trouble is, when I went to leave, the car wouldn't start. Well, I started praying a sermon like you never heard before. "Oh God, not now. You can do anything to me later. Take my life around the block. But please, please let me drive this car off this parking lot." All of a sudden, it started up. Boy, I flew out of that lot. And that's the car we drove to LA in, with all our names written across the side of the car. Of course, it broke down all the way from Youngstown on. There was a hole in the gas tank. The headlights went out one night, and one day we're driving along, it started raining. I turned on the wipers, and the damn things flew across the highway. It took me about 2 weeks to get there, and meanwhile, Sam was getting real nervous. Where are those damn kids? Finally, they were here we were, pushing that green monstrosity down Hollywood Boulevard. But Sam was such a great guy, he never said nothing about the rest of the money. And I'll tell you this, there were some of the best days of my life. That's one of my favorite stories. So I had to share that.
And then, so you
And
talk
there's
about a pedigree with Sam Cooke. I mean, geez, that man there is one of the true treasures of Cleveland, Ohio, and was very happy when he was finally inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Yes, because when I interviewed him, I think it was '99, and he said, he goes, all these people aren't getting inducted that they should be, and he goes, I worked hard all my life. He really wanted it. So it was so good that he was still alive when he was inducted, and he was at the Rock Hall, and he did a performance, and I was so happy with him. I have a picture of me with him, too, because I was, so happy for him. Okay, so speaking of photographers, we have to give hail to George Shuba, godfather of Cleveland. Yes, and again, great photo there, and I love this photo. It's just like the girls would go crazy and crying and screaming, and this cop just decided to just drag her off. I wonder where that girl is now. Okay, all right. And you can stay up here, Janet. You can, James Gang opens for The Who. We got some James Gang, or is that for later?
That's for later.
I know. See, what would I do without Ray? But, again, a really cool poster because they opened for The Who, and it was in public auditorium, and $5 advance, $6 at the door. Anybody at that?
James Gang and James Taylor.
Oh, that's another thing, yeah. So someone said, and James, but I think this was a Belkin Run show, I believe. But in the early days, they mixed genres like crazy.
That was a Belkin Productions. At least that's how I felt. David probably will know more about how this works, but it was a thing because radio played so much music that they were promoting and that Clevelanders were hearing. Sometimes, just to mix it up. The first time I saw Bruce Springsteen, I'll use this as an example, and it was the first show that I shot professional. And it wasn't even professionally, but I went to see Wishbone Ash, which was a dueling guitar band, a British dueling guitar band, and it was at the Allen Theater. And lo and behold, I'm out there, and this skinny little guy, and it wasn't Alex Bevan. He was another skinny little guy named Bruce Springsteen came
Everybody
out.
was skinny back then.
And you wouldn't think that would work, mixing the genres of music like that. But it introduced that audience to this guy, Bruce Springsteen, who I think had 2 albums out at that point. And he had Clarence Clemens, but mostly a different band. By the end of 45 minutes, they were up on their feet. They didn't know what to make of him at the beginning, but he had won them over. And that's an example of what they used to do a lot at concerts. And now I think we give this to Billy and David because they know this is their area.
All right. Yeah, this next one. Well, let me see. Where's my little welcome here thing? All right. Oh, well, I'm giving it to Ray now because we're
Janet,
tag
thank you.
teaming.
Hi. Hi.
Let's hear it for Janet.
Let's hear it for
One
Janet.
of the
Thank
best
you.
people.
Thank you.
So much. She's got so many stories, and she has more than just that one book, by the way. So Google her, buy all her books, because they're all worth it.
No, you can sit here if you like.
Yeah.
I feel like
We'll
Johnny
have a
Carson.
party.
We have a couch, so everybody can sit here if you like. Ladies
it
and
away.
gentlemen, let's welcome 2 incredible gentlemen. First of all, Mr. David Spiro, disc jockey,
Yay!
manager. If I remember, David, if I recall that, yeah, go ahead, yes. You were holding cue cards on Upbeat for your dad. It was back in the, I think Upbeat was 1964 to 71, right?
That's correct.
And later
I
on,
wasn't actually holding the cue cards for my dad. I was holding them for Don Webster.
Don Webster. Well, he needed them, right?
He needed
He
them,
definitely
yes.
needed those.
This is the same guy who, when interviewing Joe Tex once, instead of looking at the cue card, says, "This new album by the Beatles called Dr. Pepper came out. What do you think about it?"
Yeah, that's Don.
And then we made sure he read the cue cards all the time after that.
Maybe he was thirsty first, and then he was
He might
thinking.
have been thirsty.
You might have been thirsty.
Right. And I think maybe the album was originally called Dr. Pepper. I
It could
don't
have been.
know.
That's
Could
right.
have been. That's
Which
right.
is one of the oldest soft drinks in the world.
Yeah.
Little reverberation there, gentlemen. Can we lower that? Thank you. David, we want to introduce Mr. Billy Bass as well.
Yes.
Billy Bass, come on down.
One of my favorite
Billy, come
people
on
in
down.
the world.
Thank you. All right. Billy,
Gonna
folks,
cue the music.
Billy Bass, WIXY Radio, 1260, WMMS. And this would, what I
Wait,
really
you
remember,
forgot
coined the phrase.
WNCR.
On WNCR, yes, of course.
And
We're gonna talk about that.
WHKFM.
Yeah, we're going to get into all of that. Billy also said Cleveland, the rock and roll capital of the world,
Right
ladies
there,
and gentlemen.
right? The
Yeah?
rock and roll
That's right.
capital of the world.
It's
Yeah.
all because of Billy.
Now, you're with Don Webster and Bobby Goldsboro, right?
Bobby Goldsboro.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, yeah.
I want those pants. Can I get those pants again?
Yeah,
Th-
I want the
now,
jacket.
those are a pair of pants. Also worked as a vice president of marketing at Chrysalis Records, and you managed Luther Vandross for a while.
Yeah, yes.
And you're a champion photographer as well.
Yes,
All
he
of
is.
that. Thank you
yes,
very
he
much.
is.
Billy, thank you. Now, David, you guys want to sit down? Do you want me to sit down with you? Or?
Yeah, we want to talk a little bit.
Yeah, let's do that.
It's going to
First
be
of all, how lucky are we that we lived in the 50s, 60s, and 70s and heard all that great music? Didn't you love that? That was just the most unbelievable time for the records and the music. And David and I would have done it for nothing. Luckily, they paid us $0.25 an hour, but still,
Right.
it was
That was
fun.
good money in the 70s.
yeah.
That was, by the way, 80 fucking years old.
Woo!
What?
Wow.
Yeah.
No.
Have a seat, guys. Billy, let me just
If
stay
I
on.
sit down, I can't stand up, so just
Right.
Well, Billy, when you first got started at radio, tell me what was going through your mind at the time. What did you think about, being a DJ during that period of time in the early days of Wixie, 1964?
Well, I actually started at WHKFM, which turned into WMMS, if anybody can remember that. And I started with the great Martin Perlich and Doc Nemo, who had already started progressive rock radio in Cleveland. Anybody here remember that?
Yes.
All right, let's hear it. And Doc Nemo, unfortunately, is no longer with us, but Martin Perlich is still alive doing classical radio out in Los Angeles and doing it very well. But how that happened was I had a record store called Music Grotto down on Euclid Avenue. And the program director of WHKFM, Pat McCoy, used to come down there and buy records. And we were selling underground hippie records, which was a big thing in New York and San Francisco, WNEW in New York, KSAN in San Francisco. So McCoy didn't know anything about this music, and he said to me, I got a great Jane Scott to add to this. He said, you know the music, why don't you come and pick it out for us? So I did that for like a day, and then he said, we like your voice, will you go on the radio? So I had no radio experience whatsoever. So my first job in radio was WHKFM. And the second day that I was on the radio, Jane Scott came down from the Plain Dealer and said, so what's your name? And I said, William Bass. She said, oh, hi, Billy. Nice to meet you. You're going to be Billy Bass from now on. And that's a true story. That's how that's how I became Billy Bass. And I love Jane for that. So what I thought about it, I was scared as hell. I had no idea what I was doing, but I loved the music. So I just played one record after another. And every time I had to open up the microphone, I was shaking and do your best you can.
But you did such a great job, and just your career is amazing. It really is.
Thank you very much.
It really is. David, you're amazing too.
Oh, well.
You really
All right.
are. You truly
All
are.
right.
I second that emotion.
I mean,
Thank you.
I mean,
Thank you, Smokey.
as a DJ, as a manager, you've done so much. We'll get into all that with Michael Stanley in a minute. But there's a story that I remember. If I may be mistaken, but I remember that you took a little bit of a break, and you went down to get something to eat, and you put on a tape, which was the coffee break concert with Loudon Wainwright III, who did Dead Skunks in the Middle of the Road. You went down to get something to eat, and you said, oh, I got about an hour here, so I've done this before, too. So you're down there, and all of a sudden you go into the place that you're going to get food from, and you hear the coffee break concert on the radio. Go, wow, I hear myself, it's pretty cool. Next thing you know, the tape stopped.
Well, there was a Burger King across from Cleveland State, and we were up at 55th and Euclid.
Right.
So it wasn't, 5-minute ride.
Right.
And usually if I was doing Saturday mornings from 6 until noon, it's because I screwed something up during the week, and that was kind of what your punishment was, Saturday or Sunday morning, So it was about 6:15, and I'd probably not gone to sleep yet, and I thought I could just go grab something to eat, try to wake me up. And I said, well, we've had so many requests for this Loudon Wainwright III coffee break concert, I'm going to play it again. And I put the tape on, it's a reel-to-reel, and as I'm second in line now, and I'm listening, and it's like, blah, 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 snap, and the tape broke. And I thought, what the hell? I'm already in line.
Why not? Why leave, right? Why?
And by the time I got back to the studio, all the lights are ringing, the hotline's ringing. You were the program director, and you're like,
I should have been fired right away.
He's like, what
Billy,
the hell?
Bill,
What? And I
how
said,
did you handle
listen,
that?
I was in the bathroom and lying my ass off and picking Burger King out of my teeth, and so I think I had to do 3 or 4 Saturday mornings after that one. But those things happen. I fell asleep.
Honestly, I was probably too stoned to realize what was going on.
Well, you wanted to know what song I was playing. It was just going bip, bip, bip.
That sounds good, David.
Yeah.
Where'd you get that, man?
We invented beats right there.
You also fell asleep one time. You put a Poco album on.
Yeah, I fell asleep.
You were out late Friday night. You get to the station real early. You're tired. You're exhausted. I got about 28 minutes. I'll put a Poco album on. And next thing you know, you fell asleep, and the phones are ringing. It's
And
like
it was like, well,
9:45.
you don't hear the phones ringing in the radio station. They just light up, But so I took a little nap thinking I had, that whole side 2 of Poco album,
Who remembers Kind Woman from Poco? Yeah, what a song, right?
Yeah.
Great song. And the next thing I heard in my earphones was this, pop, 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 pop. And I realized it's like an hour and a half later, and the record is just like, I don't remember how I got out of that one.
Why? You really were out.
But the interesting thing, though, is, everybody wants to talk about WMMS, but WNCR, we wouldn't have had WMMS without WNCR. I wouldn't call that our minor leagues, but it certainly gave us a chance to hone our craft, and Billy did so many amazing things. We had, FCC rules where you had to have X amount of news, but our format wasn't set up to have, and now the news in Cleveland. So Billy comes up with this great idea.
So we actually had, we did the news so we could satisfy the FCC, but we did a parody of the news. So if anybody remembers NCR back in the day, that stuff was so funny. We used to make fun of the news. In fact, I like to say we were a Saturday Night Live before Saturday Night Live was Saturday Night Live. Probably nobody is old enough in this room to remember those days, but it was really good programming. And the best thing about our experience at WNCR was we got to put the band together. And I always like to think of us as a band, and our instruments were the records, the music. But we had David Spiro and Martin Perlich, who were the, let's call them the rhythm section, because David made sure we were playing the right records, and Martin made sure we were politically dealing with the audience that we wanted to appeal to. And by the way, we were so snobbish, and so we only appealed to people like him. The reason this band, I think, became successful was because we played music for each other. So I would play a song, and if David heard the song and played it the next day, then I know that song is okay. But if I didn't hear the song, then I don't know if we should play that song or not. So basically, we had an audience of 5, and we kept playing the songs for each other because we all knew we were listening, and it was kind of fun. And if I had a target audience, it was the people on the east side, the more progressive people.
Yeah, that's right.
East side people. You know, the west side had the best bands, but the east side had the best musicians, I like to say.
Billy, when you were first listening to David Bowie, what caught your ear? Why did you think David Bowie was going to make it?
We were at a crossroads. We were playing a lot of music from the 60s, and we were burning that music out. You know, it was time for a change. And the audience kind of wanted us to play more Southern rock music.
Marshall Tucker?
Yeah. Well, that wouldn't fly with me. You wave a Confederate flag, I ain't playing the damn record, okay? So that, I had to find something else. And Denny Sanders walked in with Hunky Dory, that album Hunky Dory. And I heard it, and I said to David, and I said to Martin, I said to Shauna, and by the way, this was the heartbeat of WMMS, Shauna, Martin, and David, and I. And I loved being with these people, playing the music for them. But Denny brought that record in. Shauna heard it, David heard it, Martin heard it, and we all said, we want to go in this direction. This is for us. So we just started playing it. And eventually the audience kind of liked it. You know, I would say that they didn't like it at first, but they started to like it. Yeah, it grew on them. And then when Ziggy Stardust came out, then we started really banging it. And the next thing you know, he came to Cleveland before he went to any place else in the world.
Wow.
And we welcomed him, and he
Twice.
blew us away. That
Yeah.
first concert at Music Hall, yes.
Oh.
Only one?
Yeah.
Oh
No,
my
there's a
goodness.
few who were there.
Two,
I
okay.
saw some other hands.
Okay,
go
how
up.
about Public Hall when they came back a couple of weeks later?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he was David Jones in England for years. He had to change his name because of Davy Jones and the Monkees.
Right.
And he had, some decent songs, but he was kind of just floundering around. And then, David Bowie took off, and then he just became a different, wholly different performer.
He was, listen, I ran into Billy at Severance Mall. That morning he had heard the record from Denny. And he said, "What are you doing?" And I said, "Walking around." He said, "Come on over to the house, I gotta play you some." And he played me the Hunky Dory record and changed my life. But back in the NCR days, we were talking about having to take care of the FCC. And one of the FCC regulations at the time was that you had to have an hour of religious programming every week. So I came up with this idea, and I went and I got one of those minister through the mail things, So this nice Jewish kid became a minister. The best part was I found out that with that, I could go to Uncle Bill's and buy a refrigerator and not have to pay taxes on it because I was a minister. So there were pluses to it. And I
That's a
came
good
up
idea.
with this concept for our religious program, which became known as Our Lady of the Beatles. And, it ran 5 a.m. on Sunday, and I'd record it beforehand, and it would be in the words of John, Paul, George, and Ringo, let it be, let it be.
Got me off the hook. There's our
Yep.
religious programming right there.
And Paul
Reverend
would
Spiro.
sing, let it be, as I lost the license, fortunately.
It was a good effort, though, David.
Yeah, thank you.
I really like that.
Yeah.
Very creative.
I'd love to have a tape of it.
I
I'm
did
sure
want to add real quick, it's you guys, the ones that exposed us to this music. Actually, somebody said, that first book, there's so much about radio in there. I'm like, hello? I mean, radio is what got the bands to know the music and to play in the venues. And, thank God we had guys like that you weren't afraid to take risks.
No. And we should also mention the promotion men in Cleveland, too, the guys that work for the
absolutely.
record companies. Basically, the record companies would send guys out, promotion men, you probably heard of them. They would come to the radio station and try to sell us on this or that and they're this or that. And luckily, we had a bunch of really great promotion men in Cleveland that realized what we were trying to do at WMMS, and they didn't ask us to play records that they knew we wouldn't want to play. You know, and there was a time when, you know, people wanted to pay us to play records, but we wouldn't do that. So that was just out of the question.
We'd take drugs, so.
Yeah, well, that was
They wanted to give us drugs.
that was a different thing, though, David. Come on.
Just
That
trying
was
to be
okay.
honest here,
Wasn't
you
that
know.
okay? I thought that was okay.
Yeah, that's
Reverend Sparrow said it was okay, so we just did it.
He's a
we
man
were
of the
gonna
cloth.
be getting high anyhow.
But one time a record came through. Usually the promotion men brought us records that they knew we were going to play, and that made them look good to their national guys, right? But one time there was a record called Crystal Blue Persuasion. Anybody know that song?
Tommy James.
Tommy James. Was that the one?
That was the one.
That was the one.
Yeah.
So that didn't fit onto WMS. You know, we just didn't play that song. Wixie was playing that song, and our theory was we would play a song until Wixie played it, and then once Wixie played it, we were done with it. You know, so that was just our arrogant attitude once again. But I got a call from the receptionist and said, "There's two guys out here that want to see you." I said, "Oh yeah, who are they?" And they were guys from Roulette Records. And I said, "Okay, send them in." So the next thing I know, two guys walk in my door, and the most polite guys you ever wanted to meet, really nice, charming young men, said, "Here, I want you to play this record, Crystal Blue Persuasion." I said, "You know what, we can't play that record, it doesn't fit." The next thing I know, this charming young man, who, you know, the envy of his mom, opens his coat to a sawed-off shotgun and said, "Are you sure you don't want to play that record?" I said, "Could you hold on a second?" I grabbed the record and ran into the studio and gave it to David. I said, "David, put this record on." And David looked at me like I was crazy. "What do you?" I said, "David, please, just play the record. Play the record. Just play the record, will you?" And he's looking at me like I've lost my mind. But
I'll try to get it in a couple hours. And you're like, no. I said, "But I don't have anything that works with this." He says, "Everything works with it. Play it." And I have no idea that they're about to blow his brains out. And
so that record got on. The guys said, "Thank you very much." Again, they went back to their polite attitude. "Thank you very much, and I'll see you later." And they got off and went into their limousine and drove off. I was like, "Oh, my God." And that was the only time ever I was pressured to play a record. So if you ever heard Crystal Blue Persuasion on MMS, it wasn't my decision, believe me. It was David's decision.
Gentlemen, let me ask you this now. Early in your career, what is the most important lesson that you learned that later on helped you become the great broadcasters that you turned out to be? Billy, we'll start with you.
Don't listen to people who make requests, because if you do, you're going to play Inagata Davida every hour, on the hour, all the time, for 7 days a week, 52 weeks a year. No, I think the most thing is you had to be authentic, you had to be honest, and the audience had to believe you. When we said that we loved this record, they believed us. They knew that we loved that record.
Well, they can hear that coming through the microphone. When you speak in the mic, the audience is smart. They can tell when you're genuine.
Absolutely.
How about you, David?
well, actually, I started at NCR probably 3 or 4 months before Billy came over. They had a whole air staff walk out at some point, and my dad was doing a TV show with a guy named Don Imus, and he was the #1 DJ in town. He was over on WGAR, which was WNCR, was the FM of WGAR, and he said to me, "You should just do this," because I'd goofed around on WXCN radio, me and Doc Nemo.
Mm-hmm.
We used to do a show together there, and I did my show, and I had no idea what I was doing, but it started to come together. And then when they brought Billy in as the program director, he said to me, and I don't even know if you remember this, he said, "The key is do your show for one person. Don't try to satisfy everybody inside. There's no way. So just every day when you come in, put somebody in your head, and it's like just talk to that person, do your show to that person, and all of a sudden after a few days of doing that, you realize how personal it is to the listener. Because if you're trying to say, oh, I'm being personal to 200,000 people every, quarter hour or something like that, it's impossible. But if I say, I'm doing my show for you today, and I'm going to try to impress the shit out of you with every song, and I want you to, walk away from my show going, oh my God, I can't believe that was the greatest 4 hours I ever spent. And that changed my entire attitude, and it's how I've lived my whole life from then on, doing public things, but always making it personal.
So I guess I made him.
No doubt.
So this is my protege.
Thank you, Billy.
David, both of you really are Renaissance men. You really are, and you've done so much in your careers. David, quickly.
The clothes look so much better on him.
Oh, they do.
I have to tell you, he wore that three-point hat really well,
What hat was that?
The Renaissance clothes that you were wearing. Oh, wait a minute, WNCR.
That was NCR.
We were the Renaissance, right? I forgot about that. Oh,
He's so good with his jokes, he can't even remember where they come from. There, there it is. It's the Renaissance. Yeah.
Oh, there. That's right.
There we go.
I was
David,
looking where that photo was.
Look at
Yeah,
that.
look at that. That's
You know.
there. That's RCA. Joyce Alassa down at the bottom. She did the publicity for us.
And Jack Novosel, who's sitting
Yeah.
there, he used to bring us our Jack Daniels.
Yeah.
I like
It's
it.
El Toro
That's
tequila.
El Toro.
That's
Yeah.
kind of what promotion men would do. We started playing David Bowie, and then David Bowie broke out of Cleveland. So the local guy here was, I forgot his name now. But anyway, he went back to New York, and he got credit for breaking David Bowie in Cleveland, and then he just brought us that plaque.
He gave us all.
He made all the money. We got to go to the concert. That was
Yeah, we said, we broke David Bowie, and all we got was a goddamn picture.
Yeah, that was it. But that's what radio promotion was about,
That's what bad hair was about too, by the way.
I love it. I love it.
Billy never had bad hair.
David, could you speak a little
I
bit?
never had hair. That was a wig.
A little bit about
But
Michael
I love
Stanley.
that mustache.
Sure.
Yeah, just what it was like working for Michael Stanley. His career, an overview of his career. The things that you noticed that Michael, he did so many great things. Music was wonderful.
Well, it was strange. I didn't know that I had known Michael. When we first started this whole FM thing and it started to spread across the country, there was no internet, there was no anything, but we had this magazine called Walrus. And I was the music director, so it was my job we would write about what's going on the station, record stores were involved, radio stations were involved. And there was this guy, Mike Gee, who used to answer everything I wrote, no matter what. Thanks for telling us that. We're selling a bunch of them in all of this. And his dad worked at WHK, which was our AM station. And he kept coming to me and saying, hey, my kid is writing these great songs, and he'd give me these cassettes, and I'd go, okay, Stan, And then one day, I'd been really good friends with Joe Walsh since 1964. He was in a band called the Measles. It was one of the first house bands on the Upbeat Show, and we just kind of always hit it off. And he came to me and says, hey man, I just finished this record with a guy, Michael Stanley. And I realized, he said to me, I think I was 19 or 20, he said, you're not gonna be doing this when you're 25, right? And I said, well, probably not. There won't be radio when I'm 25. And he said, I want you to manage this guy. I just played on this record, Bill Simzik, who was producing Eagles and The Who and other people. He produced the record. He says, I want you to manage this guy. And then once you figure it all out, then you can manage me. So the first thing I thought of, there was a show called Don Kirshner's Rock Concert. Yeah. And I thought, wow, if I could get Michael on Don Kirshner's Rock Concert, we're gold, yeah. So my dad knew Don Kirshner, in the TV business. They all knew each other, and Don was a big publisher, so he wanted his songs on the radio, on the TV show.
I'm sorry, I didn't want to interrupt, but I am.
Jeff Kutash.
That
Oh,
was all
yeah.
his dad was the producer of the Upbeat Show.
Herman.
So
Yes.
that's,
Well, I actually remember
And-
almost all their names.
I
He's
know.
a Cleveland guy, Jeff Kutash. He made it big out in Vegas with his act.
but as you're
And
going
taught
to talk
Michael
back.
Jackson the moonwalk.
Okay, continue your
But I
story.
digress.
Little background, yes. Because of me.
So he brings Michael to the studio, and we meet each other, and Michael's dad is there. I'm so glad you're doing this. And I'm like, I have no idea what he's talking about. I have no idea that Michael Gee is Michael Stanley, you know? But Michael was on a label called Tumbleweed, which was Bill Simzik's label. The first artist they signed was a guy named Arthur Gee. And they said, okay, well, we have 4 artists. We can't have 2 of them named Gee.
Right.
So Michael took his middle name, which was Michael Stanley. And so my dad gives me Don Kirshner's number, and I don't know what the hell I'm doing. Hey Don, David Spiro, my dad Herman said I should call you. I'm managing a guy named Michael Stanley. He's on MCA. We've got Joe Walsh and Richie Furay and David Sanborn and Kenny Passarelli, all the guys from Barnstorm, Jay Giles. All these guys are on the record. He said, well, do you think you could get them to do the show? And I'm like, I'm sure they did the record. Why wouldn't they do the show? He said, well, if you can get me that in writing, then we'll put them on. So I called Walsh and they said, hey, we can do rock concert. You know, do you think everybody will do it? And he said, oh yeah, I'll call everybody. When is it? So I called Don back and tell him that we got rock concert, that we got the whole band. And they gave us a 35-minute segment. It was called Michael Stanley Super Session. And the first thing is just 3 on acoustic. It was Michael, Dan Fogelberg, and Walsh. And they did 3 or 4 acoustic tunes, and then commercial break, and then we brought out Sanborn and everybody else, and did like Show on the Road and a couple other rock numbers. And then the album was coming out the following week, and MCA used to release 10, 12 albums at a time, but this week they only released 3 albums. I thought this would be great. The first one was Quadrophenia, the second one was Goodbye Yellow Brick Road, and the third one was Friends and Legends. One of them got lost. But it got me managing people, and eventually I did get that call from Joe, and we spent about 13 years together, and it turned into a career.
You
And the
enjoyed it.
picture?
It must have been very, very rewarding.
We were so young and stupid, it's really hard to know, seriously. I mean, we just, next thing I know, I found it, somebody, Jules Belkin, I called, and I said, Jules, I don't know anything about this. And he said, well, let me help you. Call this guy, call this guy, call this guy. Next thing I know, you know, we're out doing a tour with, of all people, King Crimson. As a 3-piece acoustic, and then we got an Eagles tours because of Joe, and the rest was kind of history.
Amazing. Gentlemen, I can't thank you enough on behalf of our... You got a question, Deanna?
Where was that? Okay, so back to this picture. So Billy, you were with Wixie on that picture, right? Okay, because we didn't really
Yeah,
touch
you
on
can tell by the
Wixie.
pants. Those were
Yeah,
Weeks's
yeah.
pants.
Well, Wixie, great. I mean,
Tell us a little bit about that. We didn't touch on Wixie.
Well, one thing first, the reason that Billy is in this picture with Don Webster and Bobby Goldsboro is there were times when we took the Upbeat show on the road. Well, actually, this was from the Big 5 show. Because when we had the Big 5 show, the disc jockeys were the Wixie DJs and the WHK good guys. Every week it would switch off, and this just happened to be Billy's week to be the co-host. Yeah.
Yeah, and the Big 5 show became Upbeat the next year.
Wixie was unbelievable.
Mike number
Hello.
4, there you go.
Okay.
That one only had 26 minutes in it.
Well, I love my time at Wixie, and here I was an underground DJ from WHK-FM, and the program director, the general manager, David Moorhead, decided to give up on the format and they started playing Chicken Rock, whatever that format was. I have no idea what that meant. But luckily, Norman Wayne, the great Norman Wayne, the promoter of Wixie 1260, the guy that put Cleveland really on the map. Every city in the world followed Wixie 1260. Imagine this. The #1 guy in radio in Cleveland now, I think, is Mike Tribasano. Am I right about that? He probably has an 8 share. I had a 32 share at night at Wixie. That's how many people listened to Wixie. Wixie with 5,000 watts had 3 out of every 10 people listening to the radio were listening to that radio station. So here I am, this beatnik from Wixie, from WHK, in the same room with Chuck Dunaway, Chuck Lapp, Larry Morrow, Mike Ranieri, Lou King, Kirby. I mean, legends, guys that worked at WABC in New York and WLS in Chicago. And me. Can you imagine how intimidated I was? And luckily, Chuck Knapp, thank God for Chuck Knapp, because he just took me by the hand and said, let me show you how to do this. And boy, that was tough. So at Wixie, you really had to become a real DJ. You had to know what you're doing. You had to hit the post. You had to get out. That 2-minute record is over. You better be ready. You couldn't go out. I mean, the only time we could go out was, what was the name of that record? There was a MacArthur Park.
Oh, right.
The old Jimmy Webb tune.
Yeah, we could do a little cheating on that one.
Right.
We had some girls that would visit, and that would be fun with MacArthur Park. That was great. That's in the book, I think.
Yeah.
Really? You could listen online to get that story.
But you know, Billy, you were, I don't think any of us that were listening to Wixie at the time, we had no idea that there was a black disc jockey on Cleveland, in Cleveland radio. And there was almost a strong effort to keep it that way.
Oh, a real strong effort to keep it that way.
Yeah.
Yeah, Norman wouldn't put my picture, you know, we used to have the Wixie 1260 Super Survey, remember that? So the Super Survey would come out week after week, and I would go to Norman and say, Norman, what's the deal? How come I don't get promoted? How come you don't put my picture on there? And Norman looked at me and said, are you kidding? You're black. What's wrong with you? And I said, what's that got to do with it? He said, no, believe me, you don't want your picture on the thing. So, about a week later, the Wixie Supermen go out and play basketball, and we go to Lakewood. I'm bragging on this story now. We go out to Lakewood.
The whitest school in Ohio.
Well, that's where I went.
Okay, so we're playing basketball. The Wixie Supermen are playing their basketball team, and they go to introduce the Wixie Supermen, ladies and gentlemen, Mike Ranieri, and Lou King Kirby, and Chuck Dunaway, and Billy Bass. Absolutely crazy. I mean, it blew my mind. And for the basketball game, I go out and hit 32 points for Wixie. We beat Lakewood. So I come back to work. I come back to work now, but I'm feeling so good because, like I told you, I'm making like 25 cents an hour. And I come back, I go to Norman. I said, Norman, I need a raise. People love me. He said, yeah, people love you. Yeah, right, you need a raise. Just go do your show. From that moment on, I hate this part of the story, because from that moment on, when I did the Lakewood thing, and the next week he put my picture on the Wixie 1260 survey, every other song, every time I answered that phone, every other time I should say, to be honest, it was somebody insulting me, somebody calling me the N-word, somebody telling me that I get your ass off the radio, you don't belong here. It was insane, and that lasted for about 2 years. So to make a long story short, I go to MMS and it's a whole different thing. I leave Wixie, I go to NCR, completely different thing. You go to MMS, completely different thing. get into the record business, yeah, it's sort of the same thing. Manage Luther Vandross, yeah, that was good, but it was just Luther, you know. Everything seemed to be getting better and better and better. So I come back to Cleveland, and I go on 105, Magic 105, to be a DJ. Soon as I answered the phone, the same old shit it was like Wixie 1260, 1969 all over again. So we may think we've come a long way, but we got a long way to go to change attitudes about racial differences and things like that.
Well, when you came back, I remember we had dinner somewhere and you were telling me about a possible campaign that was going to say, Bass is black, as opposed to Bass is back.
You know, let's get that straight. Let's get that off the table now, so you don't have to call up and let me know what a racist asshole pig you are. You know, but luckily those are just the people that call. That's why I answered your questions earlier. You can't listen to the people that call the radio station because that's all they do. They just want to get on the air and bust your balls. You know, so
Yeah, there's a college station that a lot of people do that.
Yeah.
We won't mention which one it is.
Well,
Anyway, Billy and David, thank you so much.
yes. Let's hear it again.
I appreciate bonus staying on road. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Great stories. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
I love this guy.
I hope that you can have your phones, the volume down, but please feel free to take pictures and post on Facebook and all that. So this is historic, people. Yeah. Okay. And of course, you know, I wanted to honor, you know, Hank, because we're going to have Jim Quinn up next, by the way. And then we're going to take a little break so you can go and get a cocktail and go to the bathroom and all that. And again, Janet's photos, and I just love, you know, this Southside 77, the lines, all the time, the lines, like the monkeys and lines, and more lines at the Agora. And I love this next one. Now, my friend Rick Navarro is not here today, but he did this graphic, and I love it because if you, hopefully you can read it. All, not all, because there's so many Cleveland bands that were so notable, but a lot of the popular bands are listed in a jukebox, which is very cool. Okay, and anybody remember the toga parties at the Agora? They happened. You know, we have a photograph of it, so somebody went there. But yeah, fun. They were always changing things up too. And I want to know who the band was that played for that toga party as well. And everyone knows, you know, the Agora, there was the Mistake underneath, and it was Vikings Den before that, and the Pop Shop after that. And this is, of course, the Carrs, so we have to honor Ben Orr today as well. And, yeah, you're right, thank you. Gotta have some music here. World Series of Rock, how many people did not? Okay, we should ask who didn't go to a World Series of Rock. That would be more truthful. 1974 to 1980, and it was just an all-day party. Just an amazing time. And it really was very peaceful for the most part until towards the end, and kind of when they had to wrap it up. But again, that whole story is in the book too, the first book, by the way. And I, you know, want to give a shout out to David Helton and Brian Chalmers, the two artists for MMS. This happens to be Brian Chalmers' poster, and I just think it's really cool because it's kind of, you know, stars, and it was, let me tell you, MMS was around the world because Johan, whoever remembers Johan, did a lot of the promotions for the Agora. He told me, this story is amazing. He went to, you know, because MMS, everybody had, you know, live, breathe, and ate MMS. You know, I had MMS stickers and bumper stickers, tattoos. So Johan wants to go to Lithuania to find some relatives. So he's driving down this dirt road, and there's nothing but country. You know, it's in the country, all these farmhouses. He pulls in the driveway of one of these houses, And there's a car, he pulls up behind this car, and it has an MMS bumper sticker on it. So, Lithuania, go figure, love it. All right, now we're going to bring up Jim Quinn. We got some music for that?
Yes,
I don't
Deanna,
know
we're gonna
if he's
play
in
that
the
in just a second
bar.
here.
I don't even know what time. I don't have my phone now, so I don't know how we're doing time-wise. But you're
Well,
all here for the afternoon, right? Doesn't matter how long it takes, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Just nod your head. Okay. All right, Jim Quinn. Where is he? All right, where'd he go? Is he in the bar? There he is. Come on down. Give it a hand to Jim Quinn, Damnation of Adam Blessing. And that's your mic. I wish the whole band could be here today. Did you see their photos that I have? I love that photo.
Oh, my.
Well, we got, we're going to just do you for a minute here because you're going to talk.
Yeah, that was our van. He's driving that. No, not really.
Yeah. So, you know, the Jim with the hat, you know, that Jim Quinn, but
To
you know,
the
the
left was
constant-
our drummer. That
Yeah.
was Billy Schwartz. Adam Blessing. Yours truly. Bobby Calamaz. And our bass player, Ray Bennett.
So I'm sure you all remember Damnation and Blessing, and you know the story and the songs that you heard. And I said earlier, when you guys, they played your songs so much that I thought you were a national band. I didn't even have, when I was young, I didn't have idea that was Cleveland.
Wow.
But you guys were all over doing music fests. But kind of tell us how you guys all got together. Is your mic working?
Is this on?
Okay,
Oh.
good. Okay.
Tell you about what?
How you guys got together, how you formed the band, and why? Because you know, first acid rock band, really.
No, okay.
You know, and we're
Damnation
talking.
got together out of two bands. One
And
was
what-
called The Society, which Adam and I were in.
Yeah.
And the other one was
1968?
called Dust. And we, the guys in Society were really high school kids, but they're all ready to go to college. And Adam and I wanted to write some more songs and get a really serious musicians together. We ended up finding this band called Dust, which was a four-piece band, and we kind of took three of the players, which was Bobby, Billy, and Ray from the lead singer. And we started our own band. And we spent the first 6 months in a basement practicing, and we started playing at one of the clubs in the Flats. We were probably one of the first bands to play in the underground area, which is called DePoo's Tool and Die Works.
Raise your hand if you remember
which
that.
I'm sure is in her book.
And-
And we were the house band there. We played there 4 nights a week.
4 nights.
We play a half-hour set on, half-hour set off. And we play from, you know, pretty close to 9 to 2 in the morning. And we would play other places down the Flats, like Mickey Finn's, which was a strip joint. We'd play a half hour, and the girls would dance for a half an hour. So that was kind of unusual, too.
I bet it's got some
And
stories
another
from there.
club, I don't know if you mentioned it, but Otto's Grotto, down in the bottom of the Statler Hilton Hotel. We would play there, I think on Sundays, because that's when they would let anybody in who was 18 and over. And that was a lot of fun to play. The place was packed.
Were you here earlier when we showed photos of the lineup of the teen clubs that you
Oh,
did?
yeah,
And with
Hullabaloos.
James
We played
Gang?
all the Hullabaloos. But I think our mainstay was a place called Chesterland Hullabaloo. Anybody from out there? Ever been there? You
Yeah.
been there?
I'll try to get that, pull that up again, because there's a poster I have of that. Hold on. Here,
Yeah, there.
look at that.
And matter of fact, we hold the house record there. We had, on one of the final weeks, we had like 15 to 1,700 people in this place, and it wasn't that big. But I think it was so unusual when we played in those days. A lot of you remember high school dances and different things, you used to dance. You'd get all the kids, they would fill this club up, they'd bring a blanket, and then they'd sit on the floor and just watch the musicians play. for several hours. And it was just, they like put you under the magnifying glass, and then they would start standing up, and then they would start clapping their hands, and then it just got into a frenzy. It was so cool back then, doing that.
And then you started recording real early on, too.
That's right.
Tell me about it, you know, I know Morning Dew and Take Me Back to the River, but which one came first? I forget. It's in my book, but I wrote that a long time ago.
But it's
so
the Men Are
tell us
Hullabaloo.
about that, yeah.
And the other one was, I think it was Cyrus Erie, but I don't
all the
remember
teen
what it was
clubs,
called
yeah.
before that.
You know, so you recorded at Cleveland, what was it, Cleveland Recording? Is
Yeah.
that when you, okay.
That was it, yep.
Yeah. And you
And,
wrote a lot of the music.
Yeah.
Tell us about that.
And then down in Chagrin Falls too, they had the Chagrin Falls Armory. We used to perform at the Coliseum out in Mayfield, and those are just fun days because people were so into the music, listening to the radio stations like, you know, Billy and David Spiro. They were really setting the pace for music in the area.
Yeah, and Ken and Bill, by the way, live in Houston now. They've been there for quite a long time.
Oh, very long.
Yeah, but so the songs, I love it because Morning Dew, remember Billy was talking about you had to have, the songs had to be like 2 minutes long, and the full song is over 5 minutes.
Right, yeah.
I bet it was hard to, but FM would play it in
Right.
its entirety, right?
Right, there was a time at FM one play, we had a broken down version of it for AM radio back then, and I think it was #1 on Rixie for several weeks. Wixie Radio, anybody remember that station? Yeah. We did the AM radio station, one speaker. I remember that. But, yeah, our next one was Back to the River, which kind of really took off. It did hit the charts, and it enabled us to tour all over the country from New York to LA to Whiskey A Go Go. It was so long ago that when we played the Whiskey, we played there for 5 days. It said this week, Damnation of Adam Blessing. Next week, the Allman Brothers. So we were both playing clubs at that time.
Yeah. Great, you have some?
Jim, how you doing? Ray Carr.
Hi, Ray.
Good to see you again.
Good to see you.
Thank you, thank you. I wanted to talk about the 1968 concert at the Music Carnival.
Oh, Music Carnival.
Yeah, I remember that when it was with Vanilla Fudge, and they were late getting there.
Right.
And you guys had to play
Keep
4
me-
sets or something like that.
Well, we played 3 sets, and they still had never showed up. The group was Vanilla Fudge, and they were stuck at some airport. And right before they showed up, everybody's yelling, "You keep me hanging on." And so we decided to play their song. And we got a standing ovation. He said, "The hell with it, we'll play it." And that's what happened.
And they liked it.
What?
And the band said they liked it.
Yeah, the band did show up right after that. Of course.
What about the show at the Air Force Base in Kentucky?
Oh, that was, I forget what it was for.
Well, you guys were there.
The
It was
Toys for Tots.
It was a huge, huge concert,
Yeah.
if I remember.
30,000 people. And inside this auditorium, it was us and some, I think maybe Herman's Hermits and some other bands like that. But at that time, we had a song called Cookbook, which happened to be the #1 station on that radio station. #1 song on that radio station. And it was a great night. But our singer, they had all these tables around, you know, like cafeteria tables in front to keep the people back. And he jumped on one, and it split, and he went flying, but landed on the next one perfectly. Everybody was going nuts, like, how did he do that? We were all like thinking we're gonna have to call. They had that back then. Very fun gig.
Now, is it true, if I remember reading this correctly, is it true that you were asked to do Woodstock, but you had a previous engagement?
Well, actually, it wasn't Woodstock. It was, we were asked to do the one in Connecticut. And the day before we were headed out there, it was canceled. So the Woodstock thing, no, we were not asked to play that.
Yeah, I read that somewhere, but that's all right. Now, if you looked at all the concerts you did in Cleveland, which concert that you did in Cleveland was the one that was the one that put you where you needed to be?
That was in June of 1970. We had performed at the Cincinnati Pop Festival in one of the stadiums down there. Approximately 60,000 plus people in that stadium. It was incredible because what happened initially, the stage was in the middle of the field, probably around the second baseline, and they kept all the people, you know, in the stands. So there were a couple bands on before us, and we started to play, and it seemed like the PA kicked in, because I don't think it was working very well for the other groups. So when it kicked in, we were in the middle of You Got Me Floating, and we started playing this boogie beat. The fans broke down the fences and rushed the stage. It was scary. But the cops just moved along to the side and got out of the way. It was very scary, but it was a lot of fun. Other groups on that show were Traffic. Alice Cooper was on that show. Iggy and the Stooges, you've probably seen something about him with his big jar of peanut butter. And matter of fact, my wife and I were on the stage when they threw him back, and he broke his front tooth right out of his mouth because he hit the stage. It was one of the best concerts we ever did.
It was at Riverfront Stadium.
That was?
Riverfront Stadium.
That's right, it was, yeah.
I remember that. So Deanna, do you want to, you mind if I ask you one more question?
Yeah, I'm just curious about the recording. You had 3 albums, and then
4 albums.
4, okay. Like I said, I got to refer to my book. So you guys just went other different ways, and then you started your own production company that was very, very successful. You're retired now, right?
Yeah.
Sunburst Entertainment.
Right, I started doing bookings and management, and I think I was one of the first people. I booked Michael Stanley for a number of years. I put his first date together at Blossom with Loggins and Messina. And then we got to work with a lot of other people down the road. Over the next 30 years, I did consulting in the entertainment business.
Such a great band,
Well, I remember you from Kent State. You were going to see the band. Right?
Well, yeah, but I never went to Kent State. they published my book, but I never ended up going there.
Oh, you were a little kid.
I was really young, like 10. Anything else, any good memories that you have of that band that you wanted to share?
I really can't
It was
tell
really
you.
a special time, though. Just the music.
A lot of other bands?
And, just having playing the music, and you guys were on the road all the time.
Right.
I know, I talked to Bill, who was Adam. He shared so many stories in that book about the road, because a lot of the local bands weren't on the road like you guys were. So that's what made you different.
We were handled by an agency out of Detroit called Diversified Management. They did all our bookings. And they also held, they booked Alice Cooper, they booked the Stooges, they booked SRO, MC5. We did a lot of shows with those bands. Alice, we probably did dozens shows with Alice. And it was great because later in years I got to work with Alice when I was at Eagle Rock Entertainment out of New York. And we were on the tour bus and we're going back and forth talking about when we performed together. And he remembered, he said, I think the first time I saw you guys was in Chicago. They were playing a club called Beavers. No, we were playing a club called Beavers. They were across the street playing a club called Molly's. And they come over to our place where we're jamming. And I'm looking and I go, hey, there's Alice Cooper. And they would jam with us and we'd go across the street and jam with them for a while. We spent a week doing that together. Well, those were a lot of fun times because you cross paths all the time when you're opening shows we opened many shows to Uriah Heep and also Grand Funk Railroad, which was a lot of fun.
Yeah. Well, you know, there's a great story of the Menor Hullabaloo that the owner was so upset when Alex Cooper played because he, something about us. He threw feathers or something. Do you remember the story? And you know, there was pop. If you ever went to the Hullabaloos and all we could drink was pop and people would dance while they're drinking their pop and the floors were always sticky. And the feathers were all over the floor. He said it took them days to get that out. But that's the story I remember from him.
That was from the Menor Hullabaloo.
Yes, yes.
Alice got out there with with a fire extinguisher.
Yeah, yeah.
And he
And
took
with
a
the feathers,
pillow,
yeah.
feathered pillow, and he busted this feathered pillow up. And the feathers were flying all over the place, and he was spraying them with the fire extinguisher. You couldn't get this stuff off of you or off the floor for weeks. They were there scraping it and everything else. He was really an innovator, I guess.
That's a good word. Yeah, got one more photo of you guys because it was a very special moment, and that was when you guys got together again, twice.
Oh, wow, that was here. Yeah.
Rock Hall at 2000,
Right.
and then at the Beastland 2007.
Yep.
What was it like to play? Did you have to like practice again a lot?
We practiced for about 2 weeks before we got here.
Because there was decades in between
Oh,
that you didn't
28
play.
years the first time, and then 7 years the last time.
Yeah, yeah.
And that was the last time we performed.
Who was at either of those shows? Got some hands? Okay, great. Yeah,
That was a fun
really
show. It's
special.
always fun playing here. You know,
Yeah, yeah.
you gotta love this place.
Well, that's why I did the book on the venues, because I kept thinking, okay, I covered enough. I'm going to move on to fiction where I can make shit up. Yay. And then I keep getting asked to do, oh, well, let's do, you know, one of the roots. It's just going to be photos since this is too big and wordy. We need a book with, you know, just photos. And then they go, well, do one on the venues. I'm like, well, I covered Agora, and I have a list of all the most popular venues from the 60s, 70s, 80s, and 90s in this book. And then in the Roots book, there's a chapter on the venues. I thought, but it had been almost 10 years, and we had so many great venues, and I didn't get to highlight, you know, the Beastland enough for the Music Box and all that. And I had no, thanks to Janet Markoska, I had no, and personal collections and the posters, I had no problem filling up another book of great photos. So thank you, Jim, so much for, I mean, you sticking around, right? Because
Yeah, I'll
I'm
be
sure
around.
people have stories to say.
Thank you.
Yay! Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, I just said it. Here. Okay. All right. I mean, we had you know, and that's the thing. I want to say, we had so many bands in Northeast Ohio, well, Akron, Canton, Kent, but we can't even cover that today. But I just made a list, just real briefly, of some of the genres. We're talking in the 70s when it wasn't just all, you know, rock and roll was the branch, the trunk, but then there was all these branches. So, of course, we had R&B, which, you know, Bobby Womack. We had hard rock bands, James Gang, Damnation, reggae, Ital, God bless Dave Smeltz, we just lost him, and him and Carlos were actually going to make it to the first time we were going to do this, and then the second time, and now we've lost David, and Carlos is at another gig out of town right now, or else we would be representing the reggae, because other than like Florida, perhaps, and there was no reggae anywhere. So Ital was really important in the history of music. We had punk, and of course, just Dead Boys, just to mention one. We had country rock. And before country was cool, we had country bands like, you know, Buckeye Biscuit, Deadly Earnest, and Roger Martin that you saw there, who was also was representative by Steve Popovich, who really believed a lot in Roger's music, and he really wonderful, great songs. And so he was a part of Cleveland International Records. We had heavy metal, we had Destructor, Snake Rock. I don't think Snake's here today. Raven Slaughter, and there's more. alternative bands like Death of Samantha, Corporate Verde. We had singer-songwriters, Mark Cohn, James Ingram, Jim Brickman, Tracy Chapman. Still love Tracy Chapman. Any other favorites that somebody wanted to acknowledge today? Stress? Oh, we're getting there. Mr. Stress? Oh, Freeport Express, absolutely, yes. Another great band. We had so many bands to get to see it. Cyrus Theory, yeah, we're going to talk about that in a little bit. And Rastus, yeah, see, there was just, again, trying to cover it all. It was amazing, but we were really lucky to have, all those bands to, not only clubs to go to every night, and the bands, and it's funny because now we kind of go to the club that's closest to us, but back then, we were like, if our favorite was playing on the west side and we were on the east side, we just get somebody's mother or somebody with a driver's license to take us. Okay, how we doing here, Ray?
Good. But I wanted to mention one other band. Does anyone remember Selective Service? Frank Allega, who has a concrete company now, did a song in 1967 or 66 called Shake. It was the cover of Sam Cooke, and I was going to play that one later for everyone.
Oh, okay, great. Okay, now we're going to bring up, I don't think, what time is it?
Officially, the time is 2:35.
Okay, how we doing? Because I'm trying to be organized here. 2:35, okay, perfect. It's time to bring out, and he's talking, I'm going to interrupt his conversation. Jim Bonfanti! Have a seat here. Yes. And some of you, well, they're talking because we can have more than one person up here, Yes. Yeah, you're allowed. Steve Jackham made it too. Yay! Yeah, you guys can come and sit down. You probably know. Just in case of it. Okay. So, I'm going to start because.
Hey, Jim. Good to see you again.
And of course, we know Jim's history, but I have to say, the first time I ever saw Jim in action, I was 12 years old. I was at the. See, they make everything crazy. First time I shaped my legs. Not Akron. Euclid Rollerdrome. The Mods were playing at the Rollerdrome. Do you remember that? And I remember it was like a huge part of my life. Like I said, I shaped my legs and everything. And they were playing.
I feel special.
Yeah, you are. So here's the Mods, and they were playing. They were young like us, and that was what was so amazing. It was like having the Beatles right in your hometown playing that. So we're going to talk. I want you to touch on the Mods and why they turned into the choir, and then we'll get into the other bands as well. But yeah. So how did your career start? Really quick.
How did my career start?
Take us. Because I love the story when you were young and you used silverware.
Well, the career started when I saw the Beatles, just like most everybody else in this room, really. And it was just something that at that point I decided I wanted to do. I'd always been around music. My dad had a band in Pennsylvania. My uncle played drums in his band and all that kind of stuff. But the real thing that got me going was I was in junior high school and the Beatles came out, and it affected everybody, obviously. And it was like that point I thought, I think that's what I want to do. And so, you put the junior high school bands together. We didn't have a bass player, so we had the one guitar player make his guitar real bassy because we couldn't get a bass player, and all those kinds of things. But that's kind of where it started. I started with different people in junior high school bands, none of which I ever really ended up playing with in the end. But I guess the jump start from all of that would have been now in high school. I was in a band. It wasn't mine. I joined a band called the Caverns, And obviously it was a Beatle band, and we had a bass player. And you know, we practiced in Euclid off of Babbitt Road, and became a pretty good band. We never played out though, I think maybe once. And in the meantime, in Lake County, there was the Mods in the same time frame. And the Mods manager, Mrs. Moore, and our manager, Ray Taylor, somehow met, and they decided that they would like to put these two bands together. They were going to take me and our singer, Phil Akulovich, and put that two of us into the Mods. And they were going to make some changes in lineup. And so they didn't want to make the lineup changes that the two managers thought would be good. So I said to Phil, I said, well, we'll just both join. We'll have two singers. I mean, you know, we knew we were going to have two drummers because Danny was the drummer. And Phil didn't want to do it. He wanted to be the singer. And the only thing I really knew that was really important to me is that the Mods made $7 a week, and they played out. And that was really important. And I said, I was over at Phil's house on a Friday night, and we were discussing this, and he wasn't going to do it, and I'm thinking to myself, well, I got to do this. And I told Phil, I said, well, you can not join if you don't want to, but I'm going to go out, I'm going to join the Mods. And as I swear to God, as I left that day, I said to him, Phil, one of these days you're going to see my name in lights. And I left, and I joined the Mods. I went out and joined the Mods, became the extra drummer and vocalist, and you know, that was really, you know, the people that I ended up with in that band. Obviously, we went a long way in different areas, and that was kind of the beginning, the real beginning, you know, for me right there. So.
You know, and then of course you turn into choir, and it's cold outside. Did we play that yet?
Yeah.
Still holds up to this day. And one of my all-time favorite songs, as you know, we talked about that. And Dan Klawan wrote it, and who I'm sure you all remember this. It's such a happy song. Love it. And I can still play, and you still play it once in a while.
Yeah, still do.
Okay. The boy-girl thing, the weather, Cleveland weather. Song all day. But it tells me about
well,
that
actually,
time.
and we recorded that song in Chicago in 1967. It was like, you're taking these, like, mostly 16 and 17-year-olds. Danny, I think, might have been 18 at the time, so we were in that area, to our first hotel room, and you know, we acted just like we thought all rock bands should act. We threw stuff out the windows, and
Did
we
you?
did. Oh yeah, we did. Yeah,
Love
we
it.
did all that stuff. I mean, it was like we just figured this
You're
is
a
what
rock band
this is what
now.
you're supposed to do, and we did. And but we recorded it in '67, and while we were in the studio recording that song, the producer came to us and said, "Well, you guys have to change your name." We're like, "Well, why do we have to change your name?" Well, there's this band. They were called the Modern Airs, and they were changing their name to the Mods, and they had it first, and yabba yabba yabba, and you know, blah blah blah. Well, of course,
Welcome to the music
we
business.
all said, "Oh, okay," and so we changed our name to the Choir. So we went to Chicago as the Mods, and we came home as the Choir. And the song didn't come out until the following year on Canadian American Records initially, which had a fade out, and then the Roulette picked it up. And when Roulette picked it up, they put the ending back on. So there's two versions of that. The Canadian American single is kind of a collector's item, you know, because there weren't as many of them around. But same song, just that they changed the ending, you know, because in those days, you know, the songs had to be a certain length, and it was just maybe, you know, 30 seconds, if that, too long. So they shortened it for radio airplay. So that was why that happened. But when Roulette put it out, we had the whole ending, so.
And here's one, Ray has a copy. I wish I did. But do you want to say that? So, but I remember hearing this on the radio going, oh
Yeah.
my God, and they're from
I have the
Cleveland.
original one at home too, the Canadian
Canadian
American.
American.
Yeah.
Yeah, but do you have the demo version?
No, I don't have
I
that.
have it. That's even more rare, you know.
Any questions?
Yeah, Jim, I wanted to know that, drumming is a very difficult thing to do. There's a lot of great drummers out there, like Hal Blaine, for example. What drumming style did you like to, when you were younger, model yourself after?
Well, initially it would have been Ringo. I mean, my first hero.
Why was Ringo so good? Let me ask you that from a drummer's standpoint.
He had the best parts, and he played just enough. You know, I mean, and I didn't find this out until many years later, like in the last 5 years or so. He's also a lefty, and you know, left-handed drummers. And again, there was something that I had never ever given it any thought, because I mean, I do some things left-handed, I do some things right-handed, and so drumming, when nobody taught me, so I mean, I just picked up my mother's butter knives when I was 5 years old, and I played with those.
Yeah.
So there wasn't a left and a right. I was just playing, you know. And when I ended up actually playing on a drum set, well, every drum set I had ever seen, it was right-handed drummers. I didn't know left from right, so I just sat down and I played the way I felt comfortable.
Go on, keep going.
This is the Lord.
Is. No, you know what that sound was? We have to go to a commercial break.
Yeah, is that what it is?
No, I'm kidding.
So anyway, I started to play left-handed, and never gave it any thought for most of my career. And it was probably around maybe 2000. Eric did a show with Tommy Rich, I think. Where's Tommy?
Tommy's
He's
in
here.
the house.
Down at the Rock Hall, they did a thing. It was where Eric was interviewed in one of the little theaters, and a fan from New York that I didn't really know at the time, who has become a very close friend of mine now, Tommy Allen. We were riding up the escalator, because I went to that, and Tommy Allen said to me, Jim, what hand do you lead with in your drum fills? And I looked at him, I go, I don't know. I never really gave it any thought whatsoever. I just played, you know. Well, as time went on, I realized I lead with my left hand, and so does Ringo. And a lot of his drum fills feel totally natural to me because of that. Because of that. But, you know, it's a good news, bad news thing. There's some things you can do that are easier, and there's some things you can do that are harder. So you just have to kind of adapt to that. But that's the whole left-handed, right-handed thing.
Right. And the other big drummer at the time, Charlie Watts, who just passed.
Well, I mean, I always thought Charlie Watts was a fantastic, steady Eddie drummer, you know, not flashy, just did what he had to do, you know. But my second influence would have been Keith Moon, that, you know, I met him in 1967 at Music Hall. So I always consider myself kind of a cross between Ringo Starr and Keith Moon as a drummer. That's kind of how I see myself. And maybe just a little bit of John Bonham.
All right, yeah. I can see that.
Those would be my influences.
Let's go to the Raspberries, if you don't mind. Let's talk about, they formed in October 1970. If I am not mistaken, your first gig was shortly after that. Do you remember where?
Yes, well, actually, we formed, that's when we played. Our first gig was October of 1970.
But you formed earlier than that. Yeah.
Eric and I, funny story, matter of fact, we were talking about this. There was a club down in Cleveland called DePoo's, which was not the DePoo's that's on the river. The original DePoo's was called DePoo's Tool and Die Works, which was in the flats, but not on the water. And it was a little triangular building that used to be a tool and die company. So they put a bar in there back then, and had a little tiny stage in the center of the bar. And I was there, this would have been 1969, December of 1969, and playing with the last version, or one of the last versions of the choir. And that was our end, and Eric came to that show. And Eric and I had crossed paths over the years prior to that, but never worked together. And so Eric came to that show, and we had finished playing it, and he approached me about putting a band together. And I told him, I said, no, Eric, I'm done. I'm hanging up my rock and roll shoes. I'm not playing anymore. I've had enough. And that's how that went. fast forward a few months later, it was like, I don't know, April or May, I'd had the first and only real job I had ever had in my life at that time, and realized at that point that, well, I don't think I'm ready to give up music yet. I just had it still in me, you know. I tried to suppress it, but it wasn't working. So I came home that night and I called up Eric, and this would have been like May of 1970. I called up Eric on the phone and I said, let's make a band. And that's when we started working on the Raspberries. And we spent that entire summer, May, June, July, August, putting together the band, how it was going to be, how we were going to look, how we were going to play, everything about the band. We decided in the beginning of what it was going to be like. And so we didn't just throw it together by any means.
Right. Wally was the first one that joined after you and Eric.
I think actually it could have been somewhere in there. We got John Alexic. So you know, I don't remember if we got John first or Wally, but both of those guys were a little bit down the road before we started. You know, we actually we asked Phil Kagi to be a guitar player too.
Wow, that's
And
not
yeah, Phil Kagi couldn't. He was at that point. He was at a crossroads in his career where he went a different way, and it just wasn't going to work out. But I mean, yeah, it was over that summer that came together. And exactly what the order was, I don't know. But in the end, that was the lineup.
The name, the Raspberries. I read this somewhere. I feel like Colonel Jessup saying this in the movie. But anyway, I did read this somewhere where the name came from Little Rascals.
Well, the name was actually decided almost weeks before we played. We were practicing at Menor Hullabaloo, speaking of clubs, and we hadn't really settled on a name yet, you know. And Eric had a publishing company called, what the heck was it called? Magic Raspberries. So that's how the whole Raspberries name kind of came into the picture a little bit, because you know, that company. I don't think it was really had anything to do with the Little Rascals. I think it was just, you know, he had that publishing company, the name, we bounced the name around, and we had to pick a name, you know, and so we just took that, and we figured, well, people will either love it or hate it, you know, and pretty much how it was. And I think that's true with most band names. If you really start to look at them and dissect them and put them under the microscope, if it's a cool band, people love the name. If it's not a cool band, and their name's bad too, you know. So I mean, it's like the name kind of becomes what the band is.
Right. You know, people enjoy it. Right. Exactly right.
Yeah.
So the first single released by the Raspberries was not "Go All the Way," of course.
No. Just don't want to say goodbye.
It was a song that was actually hit number 86 on the charts. You know, didn't do as well as you would have liked, but then came "Go All the Way," which reached number 5.
Well, yeah, Go All the Way actually was, it got to number 2. At the time, you had Cashbox, Record World, and Billboard. And I think it was 2, 3, and 4, or 3, 4, and 5.
Well, Billboard, it was at number 5, but
yeah,
a bit higher on
I think
Cashbox.
Billboard was 5. I don't remember. But yeah.
It's still pretty damn good.
Oh, yeah.
Well, it's top
we
10.
weren't complaining. No, don't get me wrong. I mean, we weren't complaining at all. But it was kind of like the song that we wanted to have as our single in the first place, but again, you know, the label, they were picking up, and they wanted to come out with the ballad, which we liked it, you know, the song, but Go All the Way came out in May of '72, and that
Banned in the BBC.
Yes, it was.
Too suggestive. I thought it was about baseball or
Go
something.
All the Way.
What did I know, right?
Yeah, right.
Well, here's a funny story. So now, fast forward a while back, and my oldest daughter's like 14, right? And one day she says to Barb, "Mom, did you ever listen to the words to Dad's song?"
Oh, busted.
Yeah, so we were banned on the BBC and all that stuff. But
Wow. Yeah. Well, it's good. It's a good thing when you're banned, because then people want it more.
I guess so.
You were also named the cutest raspberry, and the Tting. I had to bring that up.
That's just a rumor.
Yeah, because when you guys were in LA, and you had a lot of promotions there.
I think everybody stuffed the ballot box. I think they
Yeah, I
wanted to
think
make me that. Yeah, that's what
Barbara,
I think.
your wife Barbara probably did, right? Well, she's here somewhere.
I don't know.
And then we come on to I Want to Be With You, hit number 16 according to the Billboard charts. Great song, Let's Pretend. I mean, so many incredible songs. I think a lot of them never got the appreciation nationally that they should have.
Well, if you were out of Cleveland, if you weren't here, we actually did pretty well.
Well, you did, but
You
I
know,
think, I mean...
But I think that because of how we were marketed, you know, it took away from what we really were. And
explain that difference.
well, you know, in those days, you know, it was all about singles. Albums were just becoming, you know, where people actually listened to the rest of what a band might have recorded, you know, back in those days. And, you know, MMS in Cleveland here, you know, they played a lot of album stuff, you know. Well, we were never going to get played on that. We knew that. But the label, you know, set us up to be more of a, I won't say lightweight, but, you know.
It was power pop.
Well, it wasn't even that so much as how they promoted us with, in the teen magazines, you know, that we would be in the same vein as, I don't know, some of the other teen idols that didn't hardly even play instruments, you know what I mean? And I think that hurt us a lot. I really do. And in later years, after the band broke up, you know, when you have people like, you know, Bruce Springsteen and different people like that
John
talk
Lennon.
about, yeah, just a lot of people, yes, a lot of people that said, hey, I mean, so it took about 20 years, I think, for that to come out, sadly, but they realized there was a lot more there than how it was portrayed in the 70s.
Much more substance.
Much more substance, yeah.
That was a great band.
Yeah, so, but you know, and because of that, I won't say it led to our demise, but it certainly didn't help, you know, so.
If you were to do anything different, looking back.
Well, we would have probably picked different managers. I mean, I think that was a huge mistake that we made as a group. You know, we always wanted to like our manager and.
You trust them.
Well, you want to trust them, but you want somebody that, you know, that's going to go to bat for you. You don't need to really like the guy. And the thing about it is that, you know, the Raspberries are 4 headstrong individuals, 4 different people. And if they pretty much left us alone to take care of ourselves, and that wasn't good. We needed that guy to come in and say, look, you're not right here. This is how it's going to go. And we didn't have that, you know, so when you try to have a meeting, you know, you're all the same player, you're all on the same level. Well, why should I listen to what Eric has to say, or why do I have to listen? Well, we're on the same field. We need that other guy that keeps us in line. We never really had that, and I think that took its toll, more so than the rest of it. You know, we never had that person that could control us. So,
Which would have been, you know, helpful. You had a producer, Jimmy Einer.
yes. Yeah, Jimmy was our producer. Jimmy actually is the one that got us signed. And he kind of acted as our manager a little bit, but he really wasn't, you know. But he could keep us in line a little bit, you know. But, you know, Jimmy, he was a good person that we could get hooked up with and really broke the band to the labels. He got, I think, 4 major labels come to JB's and Ken to hear us. And there was like a little bit of a bidding war to try to get us signed. Well, you know, we wanted to be with Capitol because we loved the Beatles, and they were on the Beatles. You know, they were on that label, so that's where we went, and it was okay. I mean, it wasn't Capitol was a good label for us. It wasn't bad at all, but Jimmy was instrumental in that. You know, as we reflect back, at least Eric and I, maybe wasn't necessarily the best producer for us. You know, he didn't really capture the band as it was. You know, Go All the Way was recorded and it was a big hit and all that, but it could have sounded better. There's things that, you know, we don't like about it, but it is what it is. And we're not going to say, well, you know, it wasn't good, you know, but, you know, it wasn't until, you know, we got back together and had some live recordings that actually, you know, the most recent one was we did the first show from the Rock Hall, not the Rock Hall, the House of Blues.
Yeah,
But
I have a
the
picture of
producer
it,
that
right?
did that, Tommy Allen, understood the band, and I told him probably 50 times, I go, God, I wish you would have recorded us the first time, you know.
What was it about the original recording that looking back on it, you weren't as satisfied with?
Well, again, I mean, I think there was a lot more substance there than what came across on the records. It's pretty, in a nutshell, that's how I would say it. It's just, if you listen to anything live off of pop art, for example, it's a world of difference. But that's how it's supposed to sound. You know, when I hear that, it's like, yeah, that's it right there, you know, so.
That was really a terrific reunion. Who would I ever expected you guys to reunite? But at the House of Blues, who was at that concert? It was flawless. It was,
I was there.
magical. And Jennifer Lee is there. I mean, you had a lot of good other musicians backing you up too.
Oh, no doubt. I mean, it's like when we were going to get back together. I mean, that's you know, it was Anthony Nicolaitis called me up. It was in August of '04, and they were just building the House of Blues. And you know, he said, you know, we want to open this up, and we want the Raspberries to open it up. And I go, oh, I don't think so. You know, he said, well, he was all excited, and I said, well, I'll talk to everybody. Well, it happened. So
Yeah,
we
sure
did
did.
get that together, and you know, it was like something you'd never thought would have ever happened again. You know, and it was, for me, it was great to actually relive it with my kids being older and all of that stuff. You know, but that night, that moment on the stage before the curtains opened, it was just unbelievable. You know, I'm sitting here thinking, this is going to happen.
It was
Yeah, it was like, honey, it was like,
It
this
was
is going to
really-
happen. You know,
So
so
you feel the anxiety beforehand, all the butterflies.
no, I didn't have anxiety. I described it as, when the montage was playing, I said, I feel like, or felt like, I was the horse in the race, and I was just waiting for the gate to open. I mean, I was ready. So,
That's a great
It was-
feeling when you get
yeah,
there.
oh yeah.
It's too bad we couldn't get the rest of the guys, but you know, Wally and Eric and Dave, you know, just great musicians, and it just all came together, and you accomplished a lot in 5 years, that's for sure. And now you are playing in Abbey Rodeo. I'm sure we have Abbey Rodeo fans here, you know.
Yes, it is.
After a really long break of
Very
playing
long.
music.
Well, I mean, you know, in 1977, I quit music completely and didn't play or own a set of drums until 1992. And then I started to play a little bit, and I decided, well, I like to play, and I was just at home playing. That's all I wanted to do. I really wasn't sure if I even wanted to be in another band. But, you know, over the years I played, and, you know, I mean, I just, all I really wanted to do was just kind of keep my chops to some degree where I could be satisfied. And as time went on, we did the whole reunion thing and all of that stuff. And one day the phone rang, and it was, you know, one of the guys, Vern from Abbey Rodeo, said that their drummer had a bad motorcycle accident, broke his arm in like 3 places. And, you know, I had gone to see him. I loved seeing him because this music I grew up with. It was all these old British Invasion songs and Beatles songs and all that stuff. So, you know, I said I'll fill in, and I did for the summer, and ending up in the band. And it's, you know, it's just a great bunch of guys that everybody gets along. There's no drama. You know, we can all talk to each other. They've been together like 18 years totally with the original nucleus. I've been with them, I don't know, maybe 6 years now. I mean, time I don't pay attention to, you know, but it's good. It's good because for me, it's like I get to play once a month. In the summer, we play a little more, playing songs that I love. You know,
Yeah.
I mean, you know,
And that's why you have
It's
the
all
fan
about.
base.
yeah, it's all it's about right now.
Great.
I always
Enjoy-
hope that if we play somewhere that I make more than I ate and drank. I mean, if if I end up with $5 or $10 to the good, I had a good night. Yeah, I had a good night.
Okay, you covered it all? All right, let's hear it for Jim. Yay, and the raspberries and the choir.
Thank you so much.
Okay, we're going to keep this party going, so no break. You know, if you want to go to the bathroom, just go.
All right, folks, I wanted to say we have Ray Carr t-shirts and hats, and the great Cindy Verbalin, who's also a co-host of my radio show, is back there. They're $15. And don't forget, the reason, the books, Deanna Adams, the books are all for sale, and they are amazing. also American Noise. Tommy, you sit right here. Well, of course we did the jingle, we'll do the jingle again, right? George likes to write jingles, and he's the best at it.
Everybody knows this jingle.
George, you like to write jingles. We're going to play this one first. Billy Sullivan did the vocals on it.
How many of you knew that this guy wrote this jingle? I asked the amusement park. Great guy. I did not know that until recently. Get Alan too. Alan, if you want to come up.
Thank you, George.
I'm sorry, we were having our own party over here. So.
Oh, yeah, you guys are having a moment, all right?
Don't mind us.
Okay.
All right. George, Tommy.
Hi.
Hey, is this thing on?
Check.
Steve, I like your shirt, by the way.
I'm a drummer.
I have to rock your shirt.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
I'm honored. Well, let me, George, you're way down there. Let me just ask you the question. George, for the people that don't know you as you've been on my radio show before. Let's just give a quick overview of your career and what you're doing now. I know it's a long list of things, but we'll encapsulate
It's a
things.
long list, yeah. I mean, early on in high school, I started in a band called SRO, and there was two versions of that. There was one with the Sarley Brothers, playing Allman Brothers kind of stuff, and then there was one with Rich Rising, if you remember him from like the Euclid Beach Band and Eric Carmen Band.
I got the photo.
There you go. And then after SRO, let's see. Then I got into Magic, and Magic was hey, every Wednesday night at the Agora, every Thursday night at the Corral, Friday and Saturday night we did CYOs. 4 nights a week we played all the time. Magic was quite a popular band because we did a lot of like we did Beach Boy medleys, we did Beatle medleys, we did MacArthur's Park, which the choir, one of the versions of the choir did. So it was really a popular band, and a guy named Eric Carmen used to come and see us play all the time whenever he was in town. And when the Raspberries thing kind of, he needed a backup band. And so he hired Magic to be his backup band. So we worked with Eric Carmen for 3 years all by myself, Never Gonna Fall in Love Again. I toured with him for the second album, the Boysenberry Currents, Boats Against the Current, I'm sorry. That's what we called it, toured with him for that. After the Eric Carmen thing, I got involved in audio engineering, and I started that, and I met up with another bunch of characters called the Balzer Brothers, and we started, they asked me if I'd play keys and do some arranging on these songs that they had. They had a band that they wanted to put together called 747, was it?
Oh, like I wasn't a character?
Oh, no, you still are. So.
That's Tommy Rich, everyone.
And that became American Noise. So I played in American Noise. I was on the album there. I'm the handsome one on the cover, in case you want to take a look. And then after that, I know I'm full of it. What the hell?
Don't skip over After Dark Studios.
Well, that's where I was. Yeah,
Okay,
I worked with
okay.
Kirk Yano at After Dark Studios. I got the job as his receptionist. I mean, I was just went through a divorce, and I had no band. I was broke, and I got the job as his receptionist phone person, and did the invoicing, and learned. I stuck around the studio, and learned how to become an audio engineer by hook or crook. I actually had a cot at After Dark Studios that I used to just spend the whole night there. Sometimes to learn something, sometimes to get over the drunkenness. No, not there. And that's where we did the demos, right?
Did you engineer the Judy sessions?
So we're moving right along.
Wait. The demos, the ones that we did before they got us the record deal, that was, you know, we were messing around with the 4-track TIAC, and we came over to your house and we recorded your keyboards before there was an actual band. It wasn't even 747 yet. But you played, and George was a big contributor to this, so that's why we felt we had to have George in the band. And he had engineering skills, and he helped us with that. But then, yes, our later demos, we did all at After Dark, which it might as well have been a venue, Deanna, because that was a hang. Yeah. And we had more fun there. The bands all socialized and got into each other's shit. And, you know, I mean, even Steve, you know, he'll tell you. But, yeah, and you did engineer, like, you know, and Kirk engineered some of it, and Frank Amato engineered a couple tracks, but I think you also engineered, mixed our very last record, Another Girl and Statutory Soup, because
Which I have the 45 on
we
that.
rejected the first one.
I have the original 45 with a picture sleeve with that.
So do I.
Do you really? No kidding.
Yeah.
Why would you have that?
George, because I collect great music.
No, not you, him. Anyway, moving right along. Then after that, I went to work at Beechwood Studios. It's called the Recording Connection at that time. Arnie Rosenberg had it. God bless his soul. And then it ended up being Beechwood Studios. I ended up managing that. And God bless people like Jim Quinn, who brought in some of the finest bands. I mean, I got a chance to record Love Affair and Champion and Fairweather and all the bands that were really popular during the 80s. And I mean, it was a gas. It was really a lot of fun. I did the NBC Source radio show, which was really cool, because that was a national broadcast. They would come in with two 24-track recordings, you know, machines locked together, of live shows like Golden Earring, like Stray Cats, like The Pretenders, and they'd go, okay, George, you got a half hour to do kind of sound check. So I would run the tape and quickly put together, and I had no video to know when solos came up and things like that. And then they'd go, okay, hit the machine, 2-track, live, you're on. And I would record the whole show live. And then a week or two later, it would go across the United States on NBC. And that was kind of a cool thing. Michael Jackson did this wonderful cross-the-country satellite session that everybody read about. Screw that. But about a year earlier, I did one with the session in New York. If you remember the jingle, have you driven a Ford lately? Well, the Ford Motor Company wanted a longer version of it. So I wrote the music longer, redid it, and I found the singers who were in Detroit, but they were kind of busy and couldn't make it to Cleveland. So I managed to figure out a way to run a satellite session with them to record them live via satellite. Hey, Michael Jackson. Hey. So I did that a while back. I didn't get like front page news. Moving right along, I left there in 1996. Started my own business, been doing it ever since, out of my home. Everybody said, oh, you're gonna fail. No, I didn't. First thing I did in 1996 was I wrote the IX Indoor Amusement Park, which, thank you.
Everyone remember.
Hey, by the way, George, one of the greatest jingles in TV history.
Well, you know, and it wasn't, so many people go, oh yeah, that's really cool, you know, you wrote that little jingle thing, you know. The amount of thought behind something like that is fairly amazing. First of all, I had the challenge of taking IX Indoor Amusement Park and making it like something that people could repeat. And it was like, oh, give me a break, man, that thing's so long, you know? So I started listening to the radio and listening to announcers. How did they say it? And I found people saying IX Indoor Amusement Park, or IX Indoor Amusement Park, or, and I'm like, no, and I heard one guy go, IX Indoor Amusement Park. That gives credence to each important part of that line. IX, Indoor Amusement Park. Okay, and that's how it was written. Okay, the song, strangely enough, at that time, the inspiration was the Fine Young Cannibals had "She Drives Me Crazy." Okay, that was the inspiration for the IX Indoor Amusement Park jingle. And Ed Sarley, who is my current partner in Those Guys, if you get a chance to see Those Guys, they're great. He's my partner. I've known Ed since we grew up together, actually. He played guitar, and Billy Sullivan sang the lead. And that was 27 years ago. Did that. Somewhere along the way, I missed that in 1986. Eric came into the studio.
Does Billy still give you a hard time because he gets it requested at all his solo gigs? He has to sing a verse.
No, I think what pisses him off is he has to use my name. You know? No, not really. I seem to have forgotten that in 1985, 86, Eric Carmen, who I played with in the 70s, came to the studio at Beechwood and said, "Hey, listen, I got this thing I got to record. Would you be interested in engineering it?" And I said, "Well, what is it?" He says, "Well, it's for this movie, Dirty Dancing." And I'm thinking, oh, good, Eric's doing porn. Well, what did he know? Dirty Dancing. Oh, come on, really? So I said, well, unfortunately, because I was managing the studio at the time, his hours are 4 to 4 in the morning. And I couldn't do that because I had to be there at 8 o'clock in the morning to take care of advertising clients. So I turned him on to Jim DeMaine, who was one of my proteges. And Jim did a wonderful job, and they recorded the song. And then, unfortunately, RCA didn't like it. And Jimmy Einer, as the name came up earlier today, Jimmy Einer called me up at home and said, look, you need to redo this. What do you mean redo this? He said, you go in the studio, lock the door, and redo this. Cool. So I went in and I took the tapes, and first I bounced it down, and then, okay, I'll do that, and put the harmonies together here, and I need more of those bell things. Ding, 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 ding. Oh yeah, drive the people fucking crazy. That'll be good. Put that in there. A little more guitar stuff here, a couple more drums things. And then Jimmy came in 2 days later, and he listened to it and goes, let's mix it. And what you hear now of Hungry Eyes is a lot of me playing and a lot of, I mixed it. So that was kind of a really cool thing. I have a nice platinum thing on my wall over my piano.
All right, yes. We do want to get to American Noise.
Yeah, we'll get to it. See, I think I'm pretty much done, other than the fact that I'm still doing engineering, and I'm still doing. I just finished. Bill March was here earlier. I just finished producing a new single by him, so I'm still in the music business. I'm doing Those Guys. If you ever get a chance to see Those Guys, there's 2 of us.
George, I saw you guys, Those Guys, 2 weeks ago. Phenomenal. At a bar called Teams.
Tommy just reminded me.
This is important. Listen up.
It's good to have him here.
I don't know with you two. I don't know.
No, we're taking over. You're out of here. For the second album, Eric's second album, one of the songs on Boysenberry Currents, there was a song called Marathon Man. Yeah, and I always loved that song. But I never felt it got the recognition or the strength that the song needed. So finally, this year, I got the opportunity of hiring some of the finest musicians in town. But I can't let him know this because he's such a prick. But I got Tommy to play drums, that was my dream, to get Tommy to play drums on this song. I had Neil Zaza, if you happen to know Neil, played guitar on it. And we did Marathon Man over. I did not sell it. I put it out there for people to listen to. If you get the opportunity, I have it on SoundCloud under George Sippel. So if you get a chance to listen to it, It really, it gave credit to the writer, Mr. Eric Carmen, who, in my opinion, you know, the issues that I've had with Eric earlier, I think he's one of the finest writers out of the composers out of the city of Cleveland. Okay, I'm done. I'll shut up.
Okay, all right, Tommy, we gotta talk about, because we got so many other people here. So, Tommy, tell us, you know, a little bit about how you guys got together with American Noise and, you know, what your gig is now.
Yeah, the only thing I really want to talk about American Noise, really, because and the Raspberries are truly the thread that runs through the three of us in a very strange way. But like the band started, it was just Bruce and Craig Balzer doing demos. They got me into it. I was the first one doing the drum tracks, and then we found George and we found Greg Holt when he was around. But that band
somewhere in the woods.
Yeah. First call known as 747, and we played some great venues. You know, not just the Agora, but that was our home. But the Corral, you know, and you know, don't forget. You know, you're talking about venues because this book is about venues. The Corral, it was you know, one of the craziest places. I started out as a roadie for the Balzer Brothers, and then for Tommy Dobeck when he joined. In Circus, when the Balzer Brothers joined Circus, and then when Tommy went over to Michael Stanley, now they're called Drum Techs, but anyway. So anyway, we've got the, you know, American Noise was what it was. It was a great run. Many brain cells were killed. You know, just, it was insanity. We couldn't have done it without George's and George's brilliance, and we couldn't have done it, you know, without the great Craig Balzer. And I personally, as a drummer, couldn't have done anything without Jim Bonfani. Right? This cat legitimized everything that I did wrong because he did it the same ass-backward way I did it, only much, much, much better. When I first saw the Raspberries at John Adams High School, I was 14 going on 15, and I'm looking at a drummer who's just killing it, just like Keith Moon, my hero, and the greatest band I've ever seen, the Raspberries, and actually they weren't called the Raspberries, Raspberries. You guys should know that, you know. And anyway, so there's a drummer that is just slaying it, and I'm watching him play it, you know, the ass backward, open-handed thing, and I'm going, everybody always told me I was wrong and I could never play like that. And here's a guy that is just doing it all and making it musical and everything like that. And believe me, I tracked that band for the next few years till one day at Chesterland Hullabaloo, another great venue, they were supposed to play and they didn't show up. And we were about to turn around, me and my best friend, and because we didn't want to spend $2 to see some band called Ambleside. Well, then they start, Ambleside, as we're walking out the door, starts playing Baba O'Reilly. Me and my buddy turned around and said, wait a minute. The guitar player is doing the synth part on a guitar with an Echoplex. We walked in, and there were the Balzer Brothers and two other very great musicians. And we got to know them and eventually started doing their gear for them, and that's how the whole chain of American Noise went. But that was a grand band for 5 years. George left it, bugged out a little bit early. He saw the writing on the wall when we lost our first record deal. And sadly, we never made more than the one album, even though we were well on the way to a second album when Planet got its plug pulled. Therefore, they pulled ours, and that was the end of that. I bugged out, joined Donnie Iris, and just played with him 2 weeks ago, even though I'm not really their drummer anymore. But that was a lot of fun. And then I fell into the School of Rock. You know, these things just fall in. You know, lived in New York, and well, Big Zipper's current. Yeah. And then, well, during the 15-year run with School of Rock, which has been grand, and Beachland and Cindy and everybody has been amazing to help us out, put on a lot of shows here. We were just here a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, but Cindy, give it up for Cindy.
Yeah, well, we're not even here.
They have a lot of information.
Talk about a venue. And then there's us two, you know, again, falling, you know, we knew each other forever. And I fell into a band called Sumrata for a few years, and Steve was the lead singer. In fact, he was the one that called me to sub, after I finished another gig and I came down and played with you guys. And then, then he leaves, but then eventually we start recording together, and now we have a noise called Big Zipper, and it's a grand noise.
Yes, and by the way, this is Steve Jockum over here at the end. And
Hi, gang.
Since we have him here with them, everyone knows Wild Horses, but Wild Horses was named #1 band for 5 years in a row. I don't know which publication that was, but 2 albums, songwriter of most of his songs. He penned Funky Poodle, which is the theme song of everything. It was the theme song of You, Me, and Dupree in 2006. I didn't even know that.
Yeah, it was. It inched its way on the CD soundtrack.
So you guys
Recorded it after dark.
The 80s were really good to you guys. The 1980s were really good to you guys.
Yeah.
Okay.
You wrote it. Yes.
Okay. All right. So let's go to Steve.
I'll teach it to you.
Okay.
So,
Yeah, that's me with hair.
Yeah, I love that.
Looks like an afro wig, doesn't
I
it?
know. That's totally 80s.
Yeah.
And
That was right before we recorded it. It was
since
Wally
we already
Price.
talked about the raspberries and American, tell me how that happened. That's a good story.
Wally, he started coming around a couple years ago, and we put a band together called the Raz, and boy, that was really cool. And just doing like raspberries and all those kind of that genre of music that inspired them, and us, like Walk Away Renee and all that great stuff. So that was really a gas, but we're still doing that once in a while, the Raz, but yeah.
And Tommy, you're teaching drums now for the rock.
I wouldn't want to teach anybody drums that, I hired a grand staff to teach drums.
And where's that at?
But no, the School of Rock is a great thing. I don't want to talk about that. That's a current thing. It's the place where the kids whose culture is not rock and roll learn rock and roll, and it's a great vibe and everything like that.
And it's important.
It is important. Well, music education, right? And especially rock and roll education, which we are all very passionate about, whether we're educators or not. And I was just the music director of it, so
Just the music director.
It's a different gig. I taught some lessons, but not a lot. But this cat, I used to go see him at the Flip Side, and occasionally sit in, with the band and all that. But
Those are great days.
yeah. But
I mean, that little place, and then all of a sudden you get Funky Poodle. When I wrote that, all of a sudden it's like you're doing bigger stages, and we're the house band at the Agora that was like the ultimate, to go see the Raspberries there and say, that's what I want to do. If you're making it in Cleveland, you get to play Sunday nights at the Agora. We made it. So
and the thread with the Raspberries continues, because Steve started, got into this thing with Wally. And I think the little trivia, because Wally doesn't really play anymore, which is very unfortunate, but the last thing he did, he sat in, remember that Big Zipper gig that we did out in Newberry? It was a snowy night, and I'm bringing in my drums.
Yeah.
And I see this guy walking with a guitar, very slowly towards, and an amp under his arm, and it's fucking Wally. And he sets up, Steve is over here, Wally's over here, and he played the whole night with us. Yeah. Remember? And he played like brilliantly,
And so, who is that guy? Who is it? You don't know who that is?
He would just start songs, and we just fell in.
Yeah,
and,
great.
and man, it's just a shame that the circumstances keep him from gigging, but he's still carrying on with it. And
Yeah.
Why not? Yeah, with the Raz, I mean.
The Raz, yeah.
And we still have our little noise.
Yeah,
here.
Big Zipper.
Yeah.
Break it out.
You guys got any gigs coming up?
Yeah, the 11th, Greenville on the 11th. We'll be there. We don't know what we're gonna do. We just plug in and see what happens.
Kind of what we're doing today, right? All right. Okay. So yeah. So I wanted you to ID these people real quick. George. So, who's all these? Right.
It looks like I make pizzas for a living.
The late Jerry Moran,
Right.
the keyboards,
Yep.
Bruce Balzer, the cat. You know, you're not really that short. What were you doing, kneeling or something? I don't know.
I'd go into the bathroom.
Had a bad night?
I think.
My mentor for sure, Craig Balzer, and best friend, and some poser. God, look at that. That's disgusting.
A stash.
You were 12, I think, at the time.
Yeah. 12 going on 22.
22, yeah.
And Greg Holt, who I wish would resurface. We can't even find
I
the
don't
cat.
know where
but
he is, but if
really
anybody sees Greg Holt, let us know.
I heard there was a sighting in a Burger King somewhere recently. Okay, so we know he's alive. This is good. You know, life is good. But I don't even know where that was taken. Do you, George?
He gave it to me, so he's got to know.
Behind one of the, I think this was during the when we were trying to play for the record companies. And I think it was SIR. And I think it was
SIR in Los Angeles.
I think it was in the back alley because that's where we belong.
Dolly Parton was in the next studio.
Oh, and they were great. She was great.
Where's that the drum thing?
The Bay City Rollers were, I had a spot of scotch with one of the Bay City Rollers. Well, naturally, because they were Scottish. You know. Imagine that. I didn't really drink in those days.
Mic drop. Okay. All right. So I'm gonna try to find Stevie here somewhere. All right. Well, also you played at the Fund. That club is still that survived
The Foundry used to be
COVID,
Hennessy's.
right?
Yeah, Hennessy's a place of, you know, great fun and lots of gigs. And I think, and then it was not the Foundry, and then it was the Hennessy's again, and now I think it's the Foundry again.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
it keeps going through different, you know, Billy Morris ran it for a while. You know, if you guys know, fill in the blanks, right? But it's still there across from the Fantasy on Detroit, almost across.
So many. I love that. You know, I'm on the east side, but the clubs in the west side, they're awesome and everything. Okay, I have to bring up somebody else along here too. So you guys can stay if you want to just kind of move out and make room for Alan Green.
I'm going to the bar.
There
Yeah, we're going to the bar. Thank you all for listening.
Thank you, guys. Cheers, everyone. Thank you for coming to buy the book. And listen to George's version of Marathon Man. It's stupid good.
Gentlemen, thank you.
Thank you. Awesome.
Folks, don't forget we have books for sale in the back.
Calling you, Alan. All right. Are we? There's so many stories. I wish I had. Next time I'm going to do a weekend for this, so that we can fit it all in. You know, because I still want to hear what the stories about how it ended up. Jen, you want to have a seat too? All right, we're playing the little Alan Green band here. Don't be shy. Sit down, pick up a nail. Oh, Cameron, no. Oh, okay.
One.
Alan Green's been around forever, and I have to find my notes, even though I don't really need notes when it comes to Alan. But so you started back in these days. Can everybody see this this music card, this business card? I guess it's called business card. Gangrene for the spread of infectious music. Isn't that great? I love
felt also. They were fuzzy felt covered cards.
So, Ellen,
COVID-schmovid.
was that your first serious band? Or semi-serious band?
That was the first band I was in.
And who came up with the name? That's what I want.
I don't remember. It was a long time ago. I don't think it was me.
Anyway, so I just had to acknowledge it because I just think it's great. And it wasn't something I could use in the book. I don't think that's in the books, either any of the books. Okay, but it's fun. Okay, so let's kind of start with Breathless, and talk about, if you want to play a little Breathless song. Jonah Coslin, of course. And I love this. This is downtown Cleveland. And the arcade, beautiful. They have hotel rooms now. You can stay there. Okay, so this is Alan.
He had epic hair.
I know. Still does. He still does. And I'm a hairstylist, and I just love it.
People ridicule that all the time now, but I said it was the 80s or the late 70s. I mean, that was the standard thing for rock bands, really.
So tell me how give us a little. Okay, well, we'll have to wait till they're done with their conversation.
Oh, sorry.
So, Ellen, tell me. Okay, of course you were playing a lot, before Breathless, and I know Glenn Schwartz was a big influence on you. And so you play all these games, Jonah's in MSB, and then did he approach you about the band, or how did that start?
I used to play in the Mistake below the Agora on East 24th Street with Jimmy Lay and the Coosa River Band. And
Is Jimmy here? He mentioned he was going to be here. Okay.
And unbeknownst to me, Jonah would sometimes show up and sit in the dark corner and kind of observe. And he told me this. I never knew it at the time, but that he really liked my playing and whatnot. And when when he started the band, it involved a couple of other people. Actually, George Sipple was in the band with myself. And let me go back. Susan Lynch was a female keyboard player, singer. So Jonah decided along the way that he wanted to be able to, entertain more, not worry about playing guitar as much, have the stage and work the stage a little bit more. So he wanted another guitar player, and they're going to change keyboard players. So when I came into the band, Mark Absek came into the band also. Mark Absek is Donnie Iris's main right-hand man and producer and writer. And so I got a call, and my friend Rodney Syka, who was also in Breathless, and later with the Resonators, with Michael Stanley's Resonators. He knew me from the Mistake days down below the Agora. He was playing in a band called Freewheelin'. And so he was in Breathless already when Jonah first formed the band. And then when I got the call to go try out and play and sit in, whatever, it worked out really well. And that was, the rest is, I guess, history, right? I'm missing something. I know I'm missing something important here, but I can't think of what it is. It was basically, it was after, once I got in the band and Mark Absek got in the band, things solidified. We had good management. We had Mike Belkin was our manager. We got signed to EMI Records, and the band was really kind of solidified then, and it was a real good time. We got signed to EMI and did some touring and this and that, and did 2 albums. And the first one was more successful than the second one because Jonah took a darker turn on the second one. He got a little tired of hearing taking orders from the record company wanting more pop hits like the first one, like Take It Back and things like that, and then he, or management, you know, they were in the business. They needed to sell records, and if you're the main writer, which Jonah was the writer, it made, you know, it got to be a little sticky for him, and he likes to change things up, let's say. Giggle. You're giggling there. Jennifer's giggling. I don't know, what was I saying?
So, well, with Breathless, when did they break up? When did Breathless break up? Do you remember?
It broke up in the beginning of '81.
Oh, was it that early? Okay.
Yeah, we had our final gig at the Akron Agora. Did anybody remember the Akron Agora?
Yeah, yes.
On Route 8 there, or was it 8 or State? Route 8? Yeah, and it was sold out great. And we built it as the last polka, you know, because the band did their last waltz. And it was just a memorable night, a memorable fun night. We switched instruments. Well, that's another quick thing. Thank you. After rehearsal, oftentimes we would just have some fun and switch instruments and play James Gang songs or things like that. I would play drums, believe it or not. Kevin, the drummer, would play bass. Mark Afsek would pick up an accordion. Oh, no, he'd play guitar, too. Mark played guitar. Anyway, so we called ourselves the Larry Gang because the James Gang was already taken. Now, that was my name, by the way. So at the end of the farewell Breathless gig at the Akron Agora, we got quite a good number of encores, and it was really a great night. And so we all came out. Jonah started losing control at that moment, and we decided to do the Larry Gang as one of our final encores and do Rocky Mountain Way. That's one of the few drum beats I could do very successfully. I can't do much more than that. But we did that, and the look on Jonah's face was priceless. He was losing a little bit of control, but at that time, he didn't care. We just kind of smiled and laughed it off. And that's what we did. Long live the Larry Gang.
You know, your career spans so many decades and so many bands. So, Stress. We got to talk about, and that's another genre. Stress was one of the first, blues rock band in the 60s and all that. So, how did you connect with him? How did you guys get together?
All right, well, I mentioned earlier I played with Jimmy Lay in the early to mid-'70s. He was a blues guy, too. And him and Mr. Stress, Bill Miller, were old friends. Friends, competitors, whatever. They both played harp, and Jimmy played keyboards, too, and was a real performer. He was drinking a lot, and he was kind of a wild man sometimes, and that's a whole other, you could write a book about those days, but he stopped, by the way, so. Jimmy knew Stress, and Stress knew Jimmy, and when I left Jimmy's band, Bill called if I wanted to, take the guitar player position because the fellow who preceded me was Tim Matson, and a couple of the guys were switching over to their own project, and so he knew me from Jimmy Lay. So I got asked to do that, and it was kind of a natural fit. It worked out really well.
Bill, by the way, is Mr. Stress, Bill Miller.
Yeah.
I just want to be there clear.
Bill Miller was a
character.
A character. Thank you. Good word. He was a character. That's the best word you could come up with. And so was Jimmy. I've worked with a bunch of characters. I think every musician in the room probably could say the same thing.
Well, Jimmy from the James Gang told me once, he goes, the one thing about musicians is they're just wired differently. And I thought that was a great way to explain the brain, as part of the creative brain and, all that. So, all right, so any real memories? I mean, you were with Stress for so long, and we all loved him, even though he, the character he was. And he, by the way, I'm showing this photo because that was his very favorite photo. He told me that I just love that photo because something I said made everyone laugh.
Somebody told a joke at that very moment. Mike Sands, the keyboard player who was pictured on the second to the left, standing up and laughing, had his camera on remote or something. And a joke, somebody said something corny, probably Stress. And we just laughed and it was click, and that was the one. So, there was a bunch of pictures from that shoot, and that was funny.
Yeah, any favorite memory of Stress? Because he played with the Alan Green Band then down, you know.
Yeah, once I was really honored to be a member of the Mr. Stress Blues Band because when I was younger, that band was probably the first real blues groups in Cleveland that I was aware of in the 60s. And he, you know, the blues was always kind of a little more underground. It wasn't commercial. It wasn't something you're going to see on a big stage or you know, drawing 1 million people in there. But he was really devoted to the form of blues and fashioned himself after the Chicago style. And so he was a very, to me, it meant a lot. You know, I got to work with two of my musical heroes, local heroes, both Jimmy Lay and Mr. Stress. So I got to be with them both, and that's a very cool thing. And after the Stress band more or less started dissolving, and they were together for a long time, I had my own band, you know, the Alan Green Band, and then there was the initial period of time, there was a trio, and so I think I called on Bill to sit in and you know, I needed a singer or something, and I knew all of his songs so well, we did all the Stress songs, only pared down as a trio, you know, and so it became, he wanted it to be honestly billed as the Alan Green Band featuring Mr. Stress, and I was flattered, and it was very cool, and we played a lot that way. I know it wasn't the old, I think his heart lied in the old approach. Our approach was a little more modern or rocked up or something, but he was glad to be playing, and I always had to pick him up too when I was on my way to a gig. We could be, because he couldn't drive, his eyesight had gone bad by the later days, and he was a terrible driver anyway, so thank God for that. If he lived in Lakewood, and I live in Stowe, Summit County, so if I had to play in Painesville, let's say, or Madison, or who knows where, I'd have to go from Stowe to Lakewood to Madison or wherever it is to pick him up, and I'd hear the same stories over and over and over because he was sort of a talkaholic, and then he'd say, "Why are you so quiet?" And I said, "Yeah, true."
The power trio right there. Slap, God bless him, John Dobbins-Beck. Mikey's not here. It's either. Yeah. So when you guys formed, you formed your own band. And what a power trio that was.
Well, yeah, it began as that trio. Mike Mahelli on drums and John Dobbins-Beck, Slap is his nickname, and I knew Slap because he played in the Jimmy Lake Coosa River Band also in the 70s. So he played bass and sang. He sadly passed away about 4 months ago or so. Yeah. And still hard to believe some of these things, you know. And we just, we got together at, by chance, at Mike Mahelli's father was running a bar in Euclid, a little bar, and we got together and we were just jamming there. It was me and Mike and Dobbins-Beck. And we had a good time playing-wise. And we just said, hey, and I wasn't even really looking or expecting to have a band and put my name on the band. I wasn't expecting that. It just worked out that way. And they had enough respect, and I'm honored to say, you know, and they encouraged using that name. So I ended up doing the bookings and everything like that and learned how to be a band leader. Or I'm still learning, but playing less than ever, unfortunately.
But these were stellar musicians. Mike, amazing drummer.
It was a powerful band.
Yeah.
It was kind of, it was a real crazy band. Those two guys were wild.
It was a crazy band, but they was really good.
There's some crazy stuff like that. Yeah. It's fun.
Okay. And now you have with Odie and Justin, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
And Bob Luong, who's been around, the drummer, Rob, sorry. It's been around forever as well.
Greatest guys in the world.
Really, yeah. Another great band.
It's nice to have a band with no drama. Usually there's someone along the way in there, right?
Well, you're all old now, so no, yeah. I mean, people mellow out, you know. But yeah, and you guys are playing. Do you have anything coming up?
Well, I've kind of, with the COVID break last year, it changed things around so much. I stopped, we didn't play much, like nobody was really. And I kind of stood back and I realized, combined with my actual age and things, it's getting a little more taxing physically to, just fill up that calendar, keep your band working all the time. And that's kind of what we were doing. And we did a good job of it. We were playing all the time, pretty much. But I really kind of was wondered, how could I back away and not, make everybody feel terrible, in the band and not play as much. And then the COVID hit a month and a half, what am I saying? A year and a half ago. And I kind of got to say, well, I'm enjoying this. I'm enjoying doing nothing. And I did nothing pretty well. In fact, I started a new movement called Procrastinate Now. And if you want to join, let me know someday. And I really haven't done a lot. So we got offers to play some gigs lately. We did a few things. We did the Canton Blues Festival this year. And we did the Kent Blues Fest and a couple of other gigs here and there. But I have a few lined up, but I'm not even working at it. I'm not even seeking gigs. I'm just enjoying the fact that people are asking me, will you play? And that's a nice feeling. And at this point in my life, I'm just content not playing all the time. So when you do play, it's special. It's more fun.
Yeah.
You get to pick the places that you do play that you like, as opposed to just punching out. Playing in a sports bar where nobody cares. So it was working out fine.
Yeah, and you have great recordings. So if I encourage everyone to get their CDs. Really amazing music.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alan. Let's hear for Alan. Yay!
Thank you. Thank you, Dee.
Steve is still here because I just have one question for her. I want to know how, Funky Poodle ended up in a movie song. I didn't know.
How did we get it in the movie? Or?
Yeah, how did that happen?
It was out of the blue, actually. It was, somebody called from L.A. and said, what was his name? I can't remember. It was somebody from the movie business, and it was, I hung up on him. I said, yeah, right, boom, And,
we want to make a movie on it.
Yeah, they called back and said, no, really, we want to use it as on the CD for the soundtrack, movie soundtrack. I said, well, absolutely. So it was a no-brainer, but yeah, it was actually, I think it was something that was involved with that was used to see us when we played at the Pirates Cove downtown, and they had the pizza concession in front of the Pirates Cove. Yeah, Ciola brothers.
There was the two brothers.
Somehow they were involved in that, and remembered it, and they wanted to put all Cleveland music on the soundtrack. So Michael Stanley's on there and the whole thing. So I'm sure you know that, right, Jen?
Tony, I think it's Tony Ciulo.
Yeah.
And I think he was hooked in with Trent Reznor too, or like some of the Reznor gang.
Yeah, when they had the Empire.
Yeah.
Down on 9th Street there. So yeah, he went from the pizza to the Empire to L.A. and making a lot of money. So yeah, it was kind of out of the blue. It was neat though.
Yeah, that's awesome. Like I said, I didn't know that. Okay, and thank you for telling your stories. And I wish we could talk more about Funky Poodle, Wild Horses. All right, and I have to have. I'm going out of order because we're already here. Jennifer, have a seat over here. So Steve, you can.
We have to
you
switch
can take
seats.
yes.
I need the hot seat, I guess.
That's right.
Yeah. Did you warm it up for me?
Is Billy Coakley here too? If he is, he can come and sit with us. But I'm going to speed past. Okay, here we go.
Do I stay?
All right.
Do I stay or shall I go?
Should I
You
stay
can
or
stay,
should
hang
I
out,
go?
whatever you want to do. It's casual. We just want to get everybody in here. Okay, Jennifer Lee, everybody! Yay!
Hi.
Oh my goodness, I'm just so happy to have you here, and what a story. My question at first, because of your amazing singing voice, And I heard you got it from your mother. She was a singer.
Actually, she was a classical pianist, and my dad played jazz from the time he was little. He actually played in a Greek band. He played piano also, but it was all jazz piano. And then the bass player left to go in the Army, so he started playing stand-up bass, so. Yeah, so neither one of them sang particularly well, but they both sang in choirs and things like that, but never really like a lead type thing. And but I grew up in a very musical atmosphere, and I remember
Obviously, yeah.
I'd have to play piano like a little trained, my parents would have friends over, and we had two great big grand pianos. One was in the study, and that was a white Bluntner that was just an amazing piano. It was a great piano. Bluntner was the only piano that Paul McCartney wanted to play on, so it's got a real bell tone. It's a really cool piano. So that was in the one room, and then the other room was another piano. So I'd play, and I was maybe in like junior high, and I grew up singing to Linda Ronstadt. Like Linda Ronstadt was she was just the shit. I mean, her tone, she'd get that just amazing golden tone to her voice, and I would just sit there and I'd try, and I'd learn all these little songs, and I'd play them, I'd figure them out on piano, and my parents had some guests over one night, and the one lady says to her husband, she leans over and she goes, "Loud enough for me to hear, by the way," which was a little bit of a mind F. She leans over and she says, "Boy, she plays piano so beautifully. Too bad she can't sing."
Really? Oh my.
And I was like, oh, fuck her.
I know, yeah.
And that's when I started to belt. I said, I'm not going to pussyfoot around and try and sing. I started to sing. I was like, I just started to blow it out. And, so now I sing so loud because I'm kind of deaf, I think.
Well, I always say I sing solo. Solo, no one hears me. So what, did you start singing out like in high school, college?
Yeah, I mean, I was always like the choir accompanist, because Mom, she taught piano as well. And then they got me into, the School of Fine Arts in Willoughby, and I took about 5 years of music theory and harmony, and then, just classical. And then my sister dated this guy that knew a guy that played in bands. So by the time I was about 15, I was tagging along, and the guy that he knew was Ronnie Redfield. You know Ronnie. Everybody knows Ronnie Redfield. And he had a band called Ronnie and the Rpcks, and then he had this one band called Up in the Air. And I'd sneak into the club and use my sister's ID to get into the club, and then they'd have me up and, sing a Linda Ronstadt song or whatever. And so I kind of got the taste for it at about 15 was when I started to kind of do that. And then I got into a copy band called Brat when I was 17, and played all the clubs, the 5 nights a week, and trying to go to high school still, and I got kicked off cheerleading because I missed too many
My
games.
kind of girl.
Oh my God, it was insane, but it was a lot of fun, and really, really got my legs, And then I met Kaz. I met Jonah Coslin and Danny Powers, and
So you met them first before Michael then?
yeah, because Danny and I started a band together then. When he left Jonah Coslin and the Heroes, Danny and I had a band called Jewel of the Deep, and we were the writers of that. And then Michael came to the Cleveland Agora one night to see us play. Little did I know he was there to steal my guitar player.
He did that a lot. He stole Tommy Dobek, too.
Yeah, so he came in and scoped it out and snagged Danny. So, but, I continued to sing and do things around town and play with different bands and recorded a bunch. I moved to Coventry, so I got hip to all these great, I worked at the Turkey Ridge which was, 7 nights a week of live music. I was the bartender there. I was like the daytime bartender there. And then I'd just stay on, because I'd be like, oh, man, Stress is playing tonight. I gotta stay. Or Pieces of Eight is gonna play tonight. I gotta, Joe Bell and the Swing Lizards, or Ital, or even, there's like just awesome bands that played every night. So I just had to, not go home. Stick around and, Phil Barron and the Bobcats. And,
oh, yes.
There's just so many great musicians. So I met a ton of people, did a lot of recording. And then when Michael, they were going to do the Care for Cleveland project, the Cleveland version of the We Are the World, we did that in '85. And I forgot to ask George, I don't know if he's still here, did you record that or was that Joel? I know we did it at Beechwood. It was Joel Soloway recorded that, okay. So. It could have sounded better, right? But so then that's how Michael and I he got hip to the way I sing, and then he could kind of hear what our voices would do together. And then we just kind of rolled with that once he started the Michael Stanley and Friends, and
then
we
Ghost
just
Poets.
started. It grew into that sound of our voices together. So
And then Ghost Poets.
Yeah, the Ghost Poets were that was Kaz, Jonah Coslin, and myself, Bob Palander, and Michael. And funny story about a photo shoot with that. There's this there's the picture that's on the Ghost Poets CD, and the posters and stuff like that. And I got my big 80s hair and, the one dangling earring and stuff. But I've got this really low-cut V-neck sweater thing on, and I had like a little undershirt underneath it, And she had us in all different positions. There's a bunch of pictures from the shoot, and, one, Kaz is looking down like this, Michael's up like this, I'm like this. It was really, kind of strange. But one in particular, I was standing straight. Michael was sitting like this, and his face was like at my shoulder. And she said, Jennifer, turn so that you're facing Michael, but keep your face like this. And my boob slid right out of there, and just right in front of Michael's face. He's like, hello there. He gave me the photo of it years ago. He said, you should probably just burn this. And, so.
Speaking of funny photos, you have a story about this as well.
Yeah. So the pink dress, the mermaid dress. Yeah, that was during My Should Love Be This Way. And when he died, I had asked the girls for some of his vests, because he always would wear vests. I'd always be cinching his vest for him backstage. Fix this for me, would you? They had found that vest, which is a fucking awesome vest, by the way, and that picture that he had blown up. And they gave me the picture in the vest, too, in a little note that was just super sweet. And Mark Lee Shannon, who just released a single called Steady On, I wore that in the video for it.
I didn't mean to make you cry.
No,
I'm
everything
sorry.
that, you say Michael, I'm like, so it's not your fault.
It's a beautiful shot, and you knew there's a story there.
Yeah, and there was a whole series in that particular night.
Where was that? Do you remember?
I think that might have been Nautica. I don't remember. It was somewhere in Cleveland. Yes. But I loved the pink lights behind, and there's a bunch of them. There's two of them where we're looking at each other singing, and so it's a very sweet series that go to that. But yeah, I like that photo. That's a good one. I'm sorry.
of course, we have to talk about the resonator. I love this.
Oh yeah, that
photograph.
was Tower City Amphitheater.
Yes.
I went through
Beautiful.
such trauma that night trying to figure out what the hell to wear. I hated those pants I had on. They were so thick. Oh my God. And it was like 9,000 degrees. And yeah.
But introduce everybody in this band.
So starting in the left is Rodney Syka. And then you got Mark Lee as a floating head back there, Mark Lee Shannon, then myself. And Tommy Doback is staring at my hair. And then Michael in the middle. And then Bob Palander. And then E-Rock, Eric Szynski. And then Danny Powers, and then Paul Christensen on the right. So it was a great night. That's a great venue to play, too. I miss that place. That was a great venue.
What a great band. I mean, still. Were we going to see any more? The rest
you know, I don't know. It's been a weird ride post Michael. It's been a real weird reality of my entire adult career almost has been with Michael. And so it's very strange kind of trying to get my footing. You know, it's funny, you were saying I've trying to figure out how to maybe exit gracefully and maybe not, you know, slave away doing gigs a bunch and everything. And I might be okay with that. I don't know. I have a very intense day job, and I've got, my kids are grown, I've got 2 big dogs and my husband, and I might be okay with it, But one thing that I feel doesn't get mentioned enough is, since Michael passed, everybody has just been MSB, it's all MSB, it's all the glory days, the Coliseum, all this stuff. And I feel like people have kind of lost sight of the fact that Michael spent the last 35 years of his career moving forward, keeping his music relative and fresh. And he didn't live in the past and didn't just sit there and rest on his laurels of, music that he did, in MSB. He continued to move forward, and at the shows, people would always shout out, "Yeah, man, Lover, yeah, or, don't do that
I do
song."
love Lover.
Well, everyone loves Lover, and he'd be like, "All right, settle down, we'll get there. We're gonna get there, so just pipe down, But he'd say, I don't know if anybody noticed, but we've released like 19 albums since MSB, so you might want to check it out, And I just, I kind of feel like maybe people need to relive the old glory days right now, because everyone hurts so bad. But I don't want people to forget that, that wasn't who Michael was. Michael continued to grow and to write and to be an amazing poet. His lyrics, just everything, a great storyteller. And, he was just so much more than, holding the record at the Coliseum or Blossom. He just was so much more than that. So, yeah.
Thank you, Michael, for your music, generous spirit. He was such a great writer. He told me one time that he always wanted to write like short stories and fiction. And
yeah, I think at one point he started writing a screenplay.
Yeah, okay.
I don't think he finished it or did anything with it. But one other thing I wanted to say really quick, Tommy Rich had said, the Raspberries is kind of this weird thread that, that runs through all of us. I was in the reunion, I played for years with the Raspberries when they got back together in 2004, and man, that was a trip. That was a real trip, and Jim is right. That moment before the curtain pulled up at the House of Blues in November of 2004, it was like the air itself was electric. Every breath you take in, it was like, everything was so hyped up, and the crowd just exploded, and it was, like you said, like racehorses out of the gate. It was just on like gangbusters, and that was a terrific ride, and scary, but you know, like Michael was like the old shoe that was so comfortable.
Yeah.
The raspberries, that was kind of like a, you know, some razor pumps.
Thank you, Jennifer, so much for being here. Let's hear it for Jennifer.
Thank you. Sorry I cried.
Oh no, well, you know, we all cried, that's for sure. You know, oh, wait a minute, I'm out of order here, so, you know, because we decided at the last minute certain people needed to be up here together. So Billy, I'm looking for you, hold on. And we're going to have Billy come up here. There he is. All right, yay.
Here, Billy, get over the hot seat.
Armstrong Bearcat. Have a seat here. And you can stay up here, Jennifer, if you like. Very casual. Hi, Billy. How are you? All right, I think I'm really loud, so you can hear me, right? Okay. You know, Billy, you're so cool. I'm so glad to have you. Butch couldn't be here today. His mom passed, but we have to talk about the Armstrong Bearcat a little bit. This is my favorite picture, by the way, by Jeff. Where's Jeff Hayes? I'm going to shout out for him. By the way, I also want to shout out Donnie Baker, who was here, and he's from E.T. Hooley, you know, and he's still playing all over the place, all kinds of jams. Peanuts over here. Let's give a shout out to Peanuts. Thank you for singing it. You know, and you know, every once in a while I see a face in the crowd. The lights are right there. So, Armstrong Bearcat, you been with the band, because you're in the first book when I chronicled that band, and you started in 1995 with them.
95, yep.
So
July 4th weekend.
Yeah, so tell us all of how that happened.
Well, actually, back up just a couple of years. When they first started the band, I knew the bass player just from playing around town Stutz, and I had been on tour with a band called Sata, which was a reggae band. In fact, I did that band for 10 years, from 1985 to 1995. And as a side note, Danny Powers, who was the guitar player for Michael Stanley's band, he actually produced our first EP back in 1986 or 7, I think it was. So then, and then for a year prior to that, just as a side note, you mentioned Dave Schmeltz. I played in Dave Schmeltz's band. That was ITEL. That was after they had the split, and it was ITEL and then First Light. So I played in ITEL for a year. I had seen them when I was in college. We actually got them to come to the university that I went to school at in West Virginia to play for National Black History Month. Wow. So just sort of a side note. And it's funny, at 60 years old, I'm kind of the young guy here, you know, in terms of like what we're talking about, you know, Cleveland music and stuff. But so I would say I'm a late bloomer, just in the sense that by the time I started playing with people like Alan and folks like that, some of the guys that like Tommy Rich, those guys had already been playing the Cleveland scene forever, you know. And so anyhow, so not to digress, but so the Armstrong Bearcat band they started the band, and I would run into Stutz, and he'd say, "You got to stop playing with that BS reggae band, and you could be playing with us, man. You could be playing with us."
That sounds so like Stutz.
Right. So then their drummer a couple of times wanted a night off because he had some show he wanted to see or whatever, and so they asked if I would do it. But the reason why they asked is because with Alan, they had the Sunday night Stress and the Eliminators at the Euclid Tavern. That's kind of how the band got started.
Yeah, that was the beginning, right?
Yeah.
There was a jam. We were all in different bands. Not a jam. It wasn't like an open jam. We played Sunday nights at the Euclid Tavern. I was still with Stress. Stutz was even with Stress at the time. Butch was with Goodfoot.
Right.
You know, so we just found a way to do it. And that evolved into what is the Armstrong Bearcat Band.
Mm-hmm.
You guys had a chance to do it.
Before the Armstrong Bearcat band.
It was before, and you guys had an opportunity to open a concert somewhere, and you guys hit it as a trio, and that was that. And that was the end of that, or the beginning of that, actually.
Yeah. So they had the Sunday night jam band. See who could be the loudest, who could probably drink the most and have the most fun. You know.
I had to go from a 50-watt to a 100-watt Marshall just to hear myself.
But that was so I knew Stutz, and somehow I heard about the Sunday night thing, so I went down, And I would sit in on one or two songs. I remember Alan said, "Do you always play the drums like that?" You know, like I was like really hitting the drum, but I only had to play one song. And so then fast forward a couple of years, 1995, my band that I'd been in for 10 years sort of came to an end. You know, extracurricular activities destroys many bands, as I'm sure we can all attest to that. So, but that was a good ride. We had a great time. And then I had about 2 months where I wasn't playing. I'm praying for a job. And all of a sudden, I get a call on a Sunday afternoon, and Butch is like, "Hey, Billy, I need a drummer tonight. And are you available?" And I had subbed like maybe 4 times, so I didn't really know their music well. But I was available, and I was praying for a job, so here it was, you know. And I jumped into the deep end because we played that first Sunday night at the Beach Club, and they were playing like every Sunday at the Beach Club. And I went from like no gigs to playing 5 nights a week with Armstrong Bearcat. In fact, I think my third job was in front of like 3,000 people down at the Canton Rib Cook-Off, opening up for Blue Oyster Cult. So, and I got to meet one of my all-time favorite drummers, who's not the drummer for Blue Oyster Cult, but somebody I really admire, who's a great artist. So anyhow, he's the drummer for Billy Joel now, but it was just a really great experience. So that's how I got started.
Wow, that's awesome. Yeah, and the band's still going strong.
The band is still going strong. Stutz just came to an impasse where he just needed a break. He was just wanting to do something else, and Butch gave him his blessing, and he said, "I have a guy that wants to be in the band. His name is Mike Barrick." And so then Michael joined the band, and we've been having more fun than ever doing Armstrong Bearcat.
Yeah, also great. Yay. One thing, too. How many people have seen this guy with his drum set all around Cleveland playing and on the Facebook page? That is so awesome that you're doing that. How did that come about?
Well, that's just, one day a few years ago I said, "You know what? I just want to go play the drums somewhere. I mean, you don't have to twist my arm to play the drums. You don't even have to pay me. If you got a cup of coffee, that would be like icing on the cake."
Don't ever tell people that, Billy.
So I have a really cool trailer that my wife gave me for my bicycle, and I said, "You know what? I'm going to go down to the park and I'm going to play the drums, but I'm going to travel my drums to the park via the trailer and the saddlebags on my bicycle." So I got it together, and it seemed to work. And then from there, I started making these silly videos, but I was talking in the videos, which was you live and learn, you know. I would say, "Yeah, good thing I'm not up there in the traffic, but I'm a rock and roll guy, I'm going to play a drum roll on the rocks," or something like that. Wherever I was, I would say silly things about my location. So I'm on location. This is Billy, and he's on location. So anyhow, I did that for a little while, and then probably about a year and a half, maybe 2 years ago, I got kind of more like, I don't know, I matured a little, let's just call it that. And I said, you know, let's just really find serious, fun places to play and shoot little videos that I can post on Instagram, 50 seconds or less. Anything more than that, it's going to go to IGTV, and then people aren't going to want to watch it. So then I said, well, what do we call it? You know, I didn't think about it. It was like, hey, I'm rocking the CLE. That was just kind of the thing, and it became what I call it. So I call it Rockin' the CLE, and during the lockdown last summer, I had so much free time, and I'm collecting unemployment, and it's like, because I'm a full-time musician, I only play the drums, you know, or I teach drums. So we're all trying to stay out of people's way, keep germs at a minimum, so I'm out almost every week. I'm going somewhere new. I'm finding a new place to make a video. Well, long story short, Fox 8 saw my videos, and then Margaret contacted me, and she wants to put my videos on their morning show because they're not doing live bands during the lockdown. They're doing what's called virtual jukebox. So I sent her 2 of my videos, and they posted them. I couldn't believe it. I saw the program. I was like, my wig almost fell off, you know. And it was so great. I'm like, I was just having fun riding the bike, and here this thing turned into something, you know. So I'm still making those videos. If you go to my Facebook page, Billy Coakley, and then go to photos, and then go to albums, and look for Rockin' the CLE, and all my videos are there. So, and then I was doing a solo drum performance on my big kit in June, and so I happened to send some more videos over, and they actually promoted the show. and they showed the one video was me on top of this thing called a pergola. We needed to get a 4x8 sheet of plywood on top of this thing. It's like a trellis over like a patio. And so I was on top of this thing next to the sign that says the Bop Stop. It's a jazz club on Detroit Road, West 38th Street. So the guy that manages the club said, yeah, that's a great idea, Billy, let's do it. So they featured that on Fox 8, and they showed it the day of the show. They were promoting it. And then the manager get a call from somebody at the music school settlement, which is a part of the Bop Stop. And they're like, what's this guy on the top of the building on the roof playing the drums? And I'm like, you didn't get fired, did you? He goes, nah, don't worry about it, Billy. So yeah, so that's just, you know, but the Butch Armstrong thing, one of the great things we get to do 4 times a year is this picture up here is to play with Alan, Cy Sulak, Neon Don Buchanan, and then of course we have Michael on the bass and the Butch on the guitar, and myself on the drums.
Billy.
But what's so great about that band is there are other, and I need to make this point. There are other magnificent guys that I came up listening to. Jimmy Clark, these are drummers. Jimmy Clark, who, Jennifer can tell you, and one of my all-time favorites as well, Tommy Amato. I mean, these are the guys that paved the way for guys like me. And then, of course, they came up listening to Jim Bonfani and just all these other, there's a guy named Mark Chalmers. He was in a band called what was that band? They were a top 40 band, but they were so killer, man. In the 70s, let me just say this, in the 70s, there were like probably 20 great bands or more, top 40 bands. And I'm talking about bands that could really play this music at the highest level, Souvenir. I mean, these guys, I came up at a time where I was fortunate, maybe not to be playing, but to be a young drummer. I could go to a high school dance and hear A-listers. And I mean to tell you, like, whoa, what planet are these guys from? They sound so amazing. So, and they set the bar really high. Like, you were in a band called the Radio Kids, and I just remember what a killer band that was. Everybody just looked like they were having a blast and playing their butts off, So anyhow, I digress. But so fast forward. So those are the people that aren't here tonight, but that should be mentioned. But this thing here. The reunion jam, you get to hear 4 of the finest guitar players in that genre, kind of a classic rock, kind of blues, classic rock, power trio, but adding more guitar players kind of thing. And it's a joy for me because all I got to do is play 2 and 4 for 3 hours. And these guys get to shine, and it's just so fun to back up some of the greatest guitar player heroes,
Absolutely.
Can I throw something in real fast?
Yeah.
And I feel like, why aren't these other guys that I grew up listening to on that gig? And it's like, well, everybody's got their spot, and it just so happened that it was my time to be in that gig while those guys are doing their gig,
I just want to say, Billy has unbounded energy. Is that the right term, unbound? He pours nothing but energy all night long. And it's just, he ends up the night with a 15, 20-minute drum solo, whatever, and I can't understand how you get the energy to do that, but he does. It's amazing.
Yeah. Yay, Billy, yeah. And again, and this is the reunion band, which I didn't have room to put up there. I just want to say about these musicians, from day one, we've had so many excellent musicians and bands to play that I hope you all support the music. We've got 2 women coming up here soon, but I just wanted to mention that, support these musicians, man. They're so good, and they have recordings out there. Go see, wherever you are in Cleveland, drumming, just, give them a shout out. Check out their Facebook pages, and thank you guys, so much for being here. I'm going to bring up Trenda and Sue Sendis now.
Wow. I want to say one last thing. This is just kind of a funny side note. You can find this. Go on YouTube and look up The Adults. My wife was in a band called The Adults. This is way back in like 1980, and it's not what was. We're moving forward, but nevertheless, there's a video of The Adults. Type in The Adults live in Kent, and you just have to keep monkeying around, get the wording right, it'll finally show up. And this is when they were like, in my mind, when they were like at their level best. Because I mean, this was a band that if they weren't playing gigs, they were rehearsing 5 nights a week, 6 nights a week. Yeah, Crystal. So, and this is just, my wife would be like, don't watch that video, Billy. Don't tell people to see that. But these guys were really red hot, and this is I think a good representation of the old adults. It's kind of fun to see. I get a kick out of it. So there you go. Yeah, that's another Cleveland band that really needs to be,
acknowledged. I know,
sure.
there's so many. They're in this book. I didn't even know your wife was in the adults. All right, let's hear it for you guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dee.
Yeah, so thank you, Jen. Thank you, Alan. All right, we have Sue Sendes coming, and we're wrapping it up, boy. You know, I thought, we have all afternoon. We'll get everybody in there. Just like, thank you for holding. But, it's so interesting. There's so much to touch on. I don't want to interrupt anybody because it's just awesome. Come, all right. Got some music. All right, Sue, Trenda.
Don't forget, folks, we have books in the back of the room if you'd like to buy many different books that Deanna Adams has written. Also, the Ray Carr t-shirts and hats are available, and the amazing Cindy Verbalin from my radio show is also there. You can get her autograph.
Where's Sue at? Sue, oh, there you are. Grab a mic. Okay, all right. Oh, you look so cute. All right, well, we're going to... Yeah, and Cindy, can we get Cindy up here now too? We'll get it all together, and because frankly I have to go to the bathroom.
Let's have a hand for Cindy Barber,
yes,
ladies and gentlemen.
Because we couldn't even do something like this without Cindy. Do you have a little intro for Cindy? Did you want to mention?
Well, by the way, the Beachland Ballroom opened in the year 2000. The ballroom, of course, holds 500 people. And the tavern holds about 150, but the Beachland Ballroom is really the idea, and it all came from Cindy. And Cindy, let me just ask you this question. When did you first envision the Beachland Ballroom to be what it is right now?
Well, it was a Croatian social hall before, and it was for sale. And I lived in this neighborhood already and wanted to save my neighborhood, and it was kind of going downhill. So I decided to buy the biggest building in the neighborhood and turn it into a rock venue at 48 years old.
It's incredible, it really is. And it gives you a lot of satisfaction. You're able to bring a lot of different bands in here. So there's a lot of different tastes of music, and it's really, Cleveland needs this. This is one of the most important venues in the entire, not only the city, but maybe the state of Ohio.
Yeah, thank you.
And thank you for...
We just found out that one of the big indie bands, I can't tell you who it is yet, but just wrote a song called Beachland Ballroom. And it's going to be their first single. So.
Yay! Oh, that's wonderful. All right. Okay, and we have Sue Sendes here, and Trenda. I'll start with Sue, because there's just a couple things I wanted to mention. Because you've been part, behind the scenes so much. I'm thinking you started with Live Nation before NCX. Is that true? Or give me the timeline here.
Yeah, way behind. And hearing everybody, I have like nothing on anybody. I'm like, why am I even here? Actually,
because of what you do.
I started at the Agora with Johan in '90.
Oh, yeah, we talked about Johan. Did you?
Right. And God bless Henry Lacani, but he and Belkin kind of went their separate ways, and I said, I need to leave. Because the gentleman who took over, who I won't name, he still works at Live Nation, I do believe, he wouldn't talk to me. It was just Johan and myself at that point, and we were, doing the market. We were doing everything but booking. And I was, calling in the staff and selling the tickets and all that sort of thing, and he wouldn't really have anything to do with me. And I thought, well, maybe I just need to go somewhere. So I ended up with Dave Brown at the time at the Odeon. That was in March. Belkin bought it in September that year. And that's how, but I've been working for them. I met them in '90, at the Agora, because they would do a lot of shows at the Agora. I should talk this way. And that's when I started working in a group cook-off and shows. I'd be a production assistant at the Coliseum, and then when the Coliseum went, it was the Gund Arena and stuff. So that's how I did. And then I moved. I was working at the end at the Agora, partially at the Odeon. Then the end went kerplunk, so I moved over to overnights at NCX. So that was my full-time job. My part-time job was at the Odeon. And then Michael came to me and said, hey, we're doing the Tower City Amphitheater. We need a full-time box office person. So my full-time job, I moved over to Belkin, who then was SFX, Clear Channel Live Nation. And I just stayed part-time in radio. So I was kind of doing a little bit of both and still am.
And you have a great radio voice, by the way.
Well, thank you very much. It's funny because people will be like, you should, in fact, one gentleman who works in Youngstown radio, he doesn't know I'm on the air, but he knows me from the Live Nation office. He'll be like, you should be on the radio. I'm like, well, thank you. But I don't usually say anything, so.
Yeah, it's probably hard to do both. I mean, you were doing.
Because you know what? I often wonder, how the hell did I do it? Because I would work like midnight to 6 a.m. and I'd turn around and be at the Agora by like 10 or 11. And what started out as just part-time at the Agora, like just come in and answer phones on a show night, became a part-time job that was almost full-time. And then the end at some point switched to 2 a.m. start time. So then I would work a show till like midnight 1, drive down the street and work till 2 to 6 in the morning. And I freaking loved it. I mean, it's what I did. I'd fall asleep in my driveway sometimes. But, and how now sometimes it's like, how did I do that? And it's like, well, you were a lot younger then. But, people in this business just have that weird, you just do it. It's because it's not work, really. Yeah. It is, but it's not.
Well, yeah, I always say it is work, but, as long as you're enjoying it, Yeah, so what's your favorite memory of all those years? You saw so many bands. You were part of Live Nation for so long.
I didn't see that many bands. Trust me, because I'm in the box office, and they're over there. So I'm dealing with this. So I didn't see a lot. I will say, probably still the coolest vibe of the room was the first time Lenny Kravitz played the Agora sometime in the early 90s. Cross-section of everybody was there. Old, young, white, black, gay, straight, rocker, hippie, kids bought, adult, families bought their kid. It was a great room that night. To me, though, you remember shows. I got to work the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame show for 2-3 weeks at the stadium. It was fun. But to me, and it still is this way, and I don't know with other people too, but it's the people that I work with who are like, I didn't have any older brothers or sisters. I was very square, straight, still am. All these guys that I work with, the Tommy Stazones and Bob Farrell and Larry Dolan and Taco and those kind of people, those are my brother, Dean Cornell. Those are like my family. And that's what I remember the most. I mean, there's been we had a couple of semi-riots at the Agora, literally, where they closed down Euclid Avenue. I remember holding at one Warped Tour out at Tower City. I'm literally holding a metal tent, because we had like a tornado, almost tornado that year, and I'm in probably that much of water, and there's live wire, and I'm holding a tent so it doesn't blow away, and I'm like, this is how people die. I said, I'm either gonna die of like blunt force or be impaled or electrocuted. So it's like that kind of stuff I remember more than, I go to shows. I mean, certainly I go to shows, not as many because I work them, but it's that sort of like in the trenches with your coworkers who become your friends, who become your family. That's what I remember the most, stuff like that.
Well, I hope you stay on NCX for a really long time, because I really enjoy it, even though you're only part-time. But
as long as they'll have me.
We all know who Sue is, so, when you hear Sue on NCX, it's like, yeah, And speaking of clubs, like the Odeon, okay, this is right next to, all right, remember the Sahara Club in Willoughby Hills? Well, that's why we have Trenda Jones here today. She's going to talk. Do you have a little something you want to show first?
I'm the only one that brought notes because I think it's so important not to forget people I wanted to mention.
Yes.
First of all, I have to mention my kids went to Warped Tour, so I'm not happy about that electricity thing.
But let me tell you, favorite day of the summer, because those, Kevin Lyman, who did the Warped Tour for all those years, I loved talking on the phone to parents. Oh my God, what is my kid doing? Average age was like 14, 15
Yes.
coming to that show. They would have a reverse daycare for parents. Parents would get into the show for free and could go and sit in the air-conditioned tent. But it was the safest show. They cared about, they worried about ticket pricing and service charges, and we always had to have, so many police and ambulance. They cared about those kids that were there. My favorite day of the year, and I miss it tremendously. Sorry.
No, that's good to hear. Good to hear, because my kids went to Warped Tour so many years. They're grown adults now, and I'm like, Warped Tour, I don't know, and they're like, Mom, waters are $5, and it was so much fun, but I worried so much. So thank you for protecting them. All right, so back to Sahara Club. Greatest rock and roll club on the east side. We had all the stuff downtown and on the flats and everything, but out in Lake County, at the intersection of 91 and Route 6, was the Sahara Club. And I have to quote a few musicians. Al Globacar is one, from Beggar's Banquet.
He's supposed to be here.
Yeah, he was supposed to be here. He said it was the greatest, gritty, old-fashioned rock and roll club around. So I'll tell you a little bit about what we did there. We had live music 7 nights a week, all kinds of bands, all kinds of genres. Everything from 50s, 60s, we had show bands, we had Motown bands, we had theatrical rock, all kinds of stuff. Some of you may remember the Cruise Masters. Somebody else mentioned Champion this evening, which was a tribute band. We had Moonlight Drive with the late Billy Pettyjohn. We had Beggar's Banquet with the late Billy Pettyjohn, who Al played with. Yeah, it was just absolutely wonderful. Steve Jockum had to leave, but he was here. Wild Horses on Thursday nights. Packed capacity, over the fire code, every Thursday night. We don't see that anymore. Unfortunately, we miss the live entertainment. All kinds of great things that went on there. Everything from Ted Reiser. Everybody knows Ted Reiser. He's still playing around town all the time. He drove his white Harley Davidson right through the damn bar, right onto the dance floor one day. That was a lot of fun. We had Caesar the Wrestling Bear back in the day when you could do things like that.
A real bear.
A real Black American, North American bear, whatever, and the guys with the egos would wrestle him on the dance floor. So much fun. We had our annual parties, our annual events. Our anniversary party was in the month of August every year. We had a live camel show up. The patrons would take pictures with him. His name was JJ. And a lot of fun with that. The owners at the time were Jimmy Spellbar, Cece Buckley, and David Palumbo. Most of you know Dave Palumbo as Tex, who I eventually married. So I started there as a 19-year-old college student. I could have had a waitress job, but my love of music says, hey, I'm going to be the t-shirt girl at the Sahara Club. Sold thousands and thousands of t-shirts. I saw Peanuts a few weeks ago at an event that I emceed, and he's wearing a Sahara t-shirt. They're still all around town. And of course, those were Daffy Dan t-shirts. And it made me happy to see the Daffy Dan signs in the bar today. If it doesn't have a DD on the sleeve, it's only underwear. We sold thousands and thousands of them.
I call them Daffy D.
Yeah, Daffy T. We had so many great local bands, but we also did some national acts too. We had Badfinger. We had Humble Pie. There we go. Yeah, Peter Frampton with Humble Pie played at the Sahara Club. We had Greg Allman, and we had Ronnie Love and the Drifters. We had I'm losing my thought. Yeah, I know. Right. But we just had so many of them. Jerry Shirley.
He's on the drums
Jerry
right
Shirley's
there.
in the photograph,
Butch,
I believe.
Butch Armstrong.
Jerry Shirley ended up guest bartending for us. How cool was that? That was a lot of fun.
Okay, and
what?
we had a picture.
We got pictures. Oh, that's right. All right, so back, I believe this was 1989. I'm going to have you hold this up. And Jim, you may remember this from the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. The Sahara Club did one of the first benefits for the Rock Hall. before groundbreaking. And I believe the year was 1989. Help build a museum fit for a king. This was the advertising poster for the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame benefits, and we did one of those. So I was lucky enough, you could still see the staple marks. We had it plastered up to the Sahara walls, and I had to keep one of those, and I did have it framed, and it hangs in my home today. It's one of my greatest pieces of memorabilia. And of course, I'm a huge Elvis fan. Those of you that know me know that. But yeah, the Sahara Club was very instrumental with local music and national music. We had a great time there. It was crazy back then. Another musician quoted, I'm not going to give his name, "Oh yes, the hazy, crazy days of the Sahara Club." So much went on there. So much local talent came through. I was so fortunate to be able to work with all these bands, and I still know most of them today. Alan Green played there all the time. I have to mention Neil Zaza. He's amazing, and he went on to do wonderful things. He played there every Tuesday night for Musician Night with his band Zaza. We had John Solomon. John Solomon went on to do wonderful things. He played with Moonlight Drive. He played with the Dinosaurs. He had so many bands before that and ended up touring the East Coast with his piano show, and he did out in Put-in-Bay. He just completed 40 years, year before last, 40 years at the Boathouse in Put-in-Bay with his Piano Man show, and it was a hoot. And I was lucky enough to be there. We didn't even know it was going to be his last show when we went, and then COVID hit, and that killed everything, but he did complete 40 years doing that. John, wonderful talent. He was the first one to sing the national anthem at Jacobs Field when it first opened. He did many commercials and Cash Explosion for the Ohio Lottery. It's endless, the talent that we had come through the Sahara Club, and not a lot of people know that, but they all played there, out there in Lake County on the east side.
Yeah, and Trenda is a DJ. She's been DJ for years and also co-owner of the Sunset Grill in the Fairport Harbor. So always look for her when you're there this summer. But are you doing DJing freelance right now?
Well, the restaurant keeps me really busy. We're a seasonal restaurant on the lake in Lake County. And we did do live entertainment up until COVID. Of course, we couldn't do that any longer. But so that keeps me busy during the summertime. I do some DJing still and a lot of MC work, a lot of charity events, and I do miss it. And you and I have done some things together, which is a lot of fun. Yeah, absolutely.
When Peggy Sue got pregnant, my first novel came out. There was every chapter is a song title. So trying to put together all the songs at the book launching, it was really awesome.
Oh, yeah,
thank you so much. That was really fun.
Tons of fun, yeah.
You know.
And I learned from the best.
You know.
And I know Jim Davidson's in the audience, and
Yeah,
he knows
Jim-
a lot of the greats that are my mentors that I learned from. Ted Alexander, Chris the Mighty Quinn. You know, I worked with
And
some
Norm
really
Knight,
wonderful rock and roll greats of Cleveland, Ohio, and I'm so proud of that.
Yeah, and every time I look at Norm Davison, thank you so much for your support. And, you know, he's good friends with Norman Knight, who, you know, I wish could be here. We could go on, but now we're way over time. But Cindy, I wanted you to at least talk to us about the nonprofit.
Yeah, and Deanna we were going to do this before COVID, so thank you all for coming out now. There was, I think we had almost a sold-out show before she had to cancel. So catching up with all of this. In the meantime, when COVID hit, I had a nonprofit called Cleveland Rocks, Past, Present, and Future, and I started that in 2012 after we lost Jane Scott and Steve Popovich. So part of what we're trying to do is do what Deanna is doing now in like collecting stories. So this was recorded for posterity through Cleveland Rocks, Past, Present, and Future, and we're putting these types of interviews up on YouTube, and we hope to do more of this. We're looking for more funding so that we can get more of these stories and document it. So it's Cleveland Rocks, Past, Present, and Future. It's clevelandrocksppf.org, and you can go look it up. We have done a few interviews. There are 2 Michael Stanley interviews that we did. There's a Jim Quinn interview, Buddy Maver, who is another person who was the booking person at the Agora back in the 70s. He was in a band called Rainbow Canyon and a few other bands back in the late 60s, early 70s. And we did Larry Bruner from the Le Cave, and there's a whole lot more. I mean, I was just talking to a lot of these characters, right, that are here today. We all remember, we kind of all came up working at record label distribution houses back in the late 60s, early 70s, and all kind of knew each other back then. I ended up, I was, 18 years old and taking orders over the phone from Michael Gee, who was calling me from Disc Records out in Rocky River, where he was working, and he'd take his record orders, and he became Michael Stanley. So it was a time that needs to be documented. I mean, we were the biggest record-selling market in the country, and a lot of those promotion guys that Billy Bass and David Spiro were talking about, Mim Popovich was breaking records, and we just lost Donnie George, and he was a promotion guy who was breaking records, and we have this amazing history in Cleveland, and I just want to help get that documented and also reinvent us, because it's important that we help the younger musicians that are incredibly talented. They don't have those packed shows at the Sahara anymore, but there's amazing talent, and we have to get that message out and get those packed rooms again. And coming out of COVID, it's really important to recognize what an important music town Cleveland is. So, thank you.
Yes, and that's exactly what I wanted to do instead of, I want to bring out Ray.
Oh, my,
I
really?
just want to give you kudos. Everybody, please give it up for Ray Carr.
Thank you.
Listen to his program. What else?
Tuesday morning, 7 to 9 on WCSB, but if you don't want to get up that early, you can go to the website. It's loaded there right after it. You can listen to it anytime at raycarram.com. Talk to Cindy. She does all the work for me. I just do the interviews and play the music. So, Cindy, you do a great job, and she's my co-host.
Yeah, and to Nancy Jovan, thank you so much for handling all the books. I'm still here. I have to go to the bathroom, but then I'll come and sign your books if you have them. And Cindy, and it was great. What a great.
How about both of you guys? Incredible research and keeping the show going. It was fantastic.
Thank you, Sue.
So happy that you all came. Hey. I wish I had another 2 hours, but.
Thanks. It's an honor. And most of all, thanks to all of you out there. Thanks for coming, John. Thank you.
Thank you all, and good night.
We're going to play some great Cleveland music from the past, so just enjoy, buy a book, and thank you.
sure that there's much more than this. When really no one knows. And easing into midnight as the bitters pass around, crying in the beer, singing someone else's troubles helps to ease your own. Good night, Irene, my dear. And the rosewood bitters help me meet the sunshine in the morning. And the rosewood bitters help me through the night when I feel sunshine in the morning. And the rosewood bitters help me through the night when I feel music came from out of nowhere. It was out of time. I didn't mind, no. The sound was like a summer night. It was like a dream. It stayed on your mind. We fall apart so easily.